Got fanfiction. What if Ned refused to be hand and stayed in Winterfell? If you enjoyed this story, please like, share, and subscribe to the channel for more long-form fanfiction. Drop a comment below with the next, what if, you would like to see written. Got fanfiction. Chapter 1, The hands off of the horns. From the southern gate sounded 3 long blasts at midday, and Eddard Stark stepped out of his solar into the bright cold of the courtyard. He paused at the head of the keep stairs, one gloved hand on the rail, and looked down. Smiths hammered at their stalls. A boy ran past with a yoke of buckets, water sloshing. 2 of the kitchen women stood by the kennels with their aprons full of bones, calling for the dogs. The north did not stop for a king. Even so, Ned could see the change in the way men carried themselves, the way the guards on the walls had straightened their shoulders, the way the steam from their breath came in tighter clouds. Father. Robb came up the steps 2 at a time, cloak flying, sword on his hip already because he was old enough to wear it now. The outriders say the king's column is at the Wolfswood crossing. They will be at the gate by the hour of the wolf, perhaps sooner. Good. Ned came down to meet him. He set his hand on his son's shoulder and let it rest there, briefly, the way his own father had done with him. Tell your mother. Tell Maester Luwin. The hall must be ready, the bedchambers aired, the bath in the lord's guest house drawn full and hot. King Robert has ridden far. He will want a bath and meat and wine before he wants any pleasantries. Robb hesitated. He was a good boy, Ned thought, almost a man now and steady with it, and it pleased him that the boy hesitated when he had questions instead of asking them at once. Father, what does he want? Truly. Ned drew in the cold air through his nose. He looked over Robb's shoulder at the inner gate, where the banner of the direwolf cracked and snapped against the wind. He wants what kings want, he said. We will know what shape it takes when he names it. He walked. Robb fell in beside him. The 2 of them crossed the yard to where Catelyn waited at the door of the keep with Sansa and Arya behind her, the little girls with their hands folded the way their mother had taught, though Arya's hands kept slipping apart and Sansa's kept finding them and rejoining them, gentle as one might reset a broken brooch. My lord husband, Catelyn said. She was already wearing the silver-trimmed grey dress she kept for high feasts. Even now, 10 and 7 years from the day he had brought her north, she looked like a Tully when she dressed for company, river-bred, a southern softness under the iron she had earned. He liked her best in plain wool. He did not say so. Some things a man did not say in a courtyard before his children. The king is close, he said. Then everything is in hand. She smiled, tightly. I have set old Nan to the linens and Mikken to sharpening every blade in the armory, which he was going to do regardless, and Vayen Pool has been to the ice cellar twice this morning. We are as ready as we will be. Bran. She turned her head and called it without raising her voice. Bran, come down from there now. Ned looked up. Bran was on the roof of the great keep, between 2 crenels, his hair full of snow, grinning down at them as if he had been caught at nothing more serious than stealing an apple. The boy lifted a hand and waved. He climbs like a cat, Ned said. He climbs like a fool. But Catelyn was smiling all the same, and Ned saw the way her hand crept up to her throat and stayed there, the way it always did when one of the children worried her. Bran. Now. Bran disappeared from the parapet. A few moments later he was crossing the yard at a run, snow on his shoulders, his cheeks bitten red, and at his heels came the gangly grey shape of Summer, his direwolf pup, ears too large for his head still. Father, Bran said, breathless, Father, I saw them. I climbed the broken tower and I could see the banners coming up the King's Road. There are more banners than I have ever seen in one place. There are stags and stags and stags, all in a long line, and lions too, gold ones on red, and a little one in front that has the white tree on it, that's Ser Barristan, isn't it, the Lord Commander? It is, Ned said. He laid his hand on Bran's head where the snow was melting and pushed gently. And you are not to climb the broken tower. Did I not say so 100 times? It is rotten. The mortar will not hold. It held me. It held you because the gods love a stupid boy more than they love an old building. Catelyn's voice came down sharp now. Come inside. I will not have you greeting a king with your nose running like a kennel hound. Bran went, ducking past her. Sansa lifted her chin to follow with the prim grace she had taught herself out of every song she had ever heard, and Arya darted after them with all the small-mouthed determination of someone planning to be exactly nowhere in the line of any line they were forming. Ned stood a moment longer in the yard with Catelyn at his side. He did not speak. She did not speak either. After a long while she said, very quietly, Lysa's letter. You have not told me, my lord. He had not. The letter had come 3 nights ago, in a thin twist of paper sealed twice over, and he had taken it from her and read it before her and walked to the God's Wood with it without speaking. He had stood under the heart tree until the cold had crept down through his boots and into his knees, and then he had come back and put the letter in the fire himself. I will tell you tonight, he said. After the king has eaten. After. She nodded. She did not push. Of all the things he had come to love in her over the years, the not pushing was the deepest. Tully women were not raised to it. She had taught herself. By the hour of the wolf the king was at the gate. The royal column came up the King's Road in a single line that looked, in the gathering dusk, like a river of steel. Banners cracked. Drummers beat a slow march. The wagons came last, 8 of them, and the largest had wheels taller than a man and a roof of soft leather painted with the crowned stag, and Ned knew without seeing inside it that the queen rode there, and the children, and that he would have to greet her in the yard with his men kneeling and his wife and daughters arranged like ornaments, and that Robert would loathe every minute of it. The first horseman through the gate was Renly. Ned knew him at once because of the way he sat the saddle, the way Robert had once sat a saddle, before the wine and the years. Behind Renly came Jaime Lannister in white enamel armor, the gold of his hair muted by the dim, his green eyes finding Ned at once and inclining his head with the smallest courtesy that a knight could offer a lord and not be insolent. Then the king himself. Ned did not know him at first. He stared a heartbeat too long, and he had to school his face. Robert Baratheon had been the strongest man Ned had ever known. The boy at the Eyrie who could lift a yearling stag onto his shoulders for sport, the youth who had hammered Rhaegar into the trident with a war hammer Ned could barely raise, that man was gone. In his place was a man with a great belly and a great beard and a face the color of brick from the wind. His armor had been made larger and had been made larger again. He swung down from the destrier with a grunt, and the destrier looked relieved. Ned! He bellowed, and the courtyard rang with it. By the 7, you've grown grey. Kneel before your king, you long-faced cunt, so I can pull you up and see if you have any teeth left. Ned knelt. He kept his face level. From his knees he heard Catelyn make a small, indrawn sound that might have been a laugh and might have been a prayer for forbearance. Your Grace, Ned said. Up. Up, I won't have it. Robert pulled him up. He was still strong, even now, even bloated, the grip on Ned's shoulder closed like a vice. Robert held him by both arms and looked at him a long moment, and Ned saw, for the smallest of breaths, the boy under the king. Then Robert grinned, all teeth, and crushed him in an embrace that smelled of leather and horse and old wine. 9 years, he said, into Ned's ear. 9 cursed years, and you have been hiding up here in the cold the whole time, you northern bastard. 8, your grace. 8, then. It is the same. It has been a long time, and we have wine to drink. He held Ned out at arm's length. He looked over his shoulder. Cersei, he barked. The queen had been helped down from her wheelhouse and she came forward, gold and white in the snow, her face composed and her smile placed with the precision of something done by a goldsmith. Cersei, you have met my Stark before, in courtesy at the wedding. Lord Eddard, Warden of the North. Your Grace, Ned said, and inclined his head. Lord Stark. Her hand was offered. He bent over it. He did not let his lips touch the glove. Your hospitality is much spoken of even in the south. You are welcome at Winterfell, your grace, you and your kin. Such cold, she said, smiling without warmth. I had forgotten. Ah, Robert said, leave the cold be, woman, cold is what makes a man. He turned away from her without further courtesy and slung his arm around Ned's shoulders. Take me to your crypts, Stark. Now. Before I eat. Before I drink. Before I do any of the things a king is meant to do. I want to see her. A small silence opened in the yard. Catelyn glanced at Ned. The Queen's smile became smaller and more precisely placed. Renly looked away. Your Grace, Ned said, Lyanna will keep. The cold does not hurry her. You are tired, and you have ridden far. I have ridden 18 days for this. Now, Ned. Take me now. Now. He looked at Catelyn. She took the Queen forward with both her hands and her courtesy and her warmth, and Ned saw her, in that moment as in so many, take up the work of a wife and a lady of a great house without complaint or visible weight, and he loved her for it. The Queen did not love her, he could see that, but the Queen would not have to. Catelyn would manage them both. The Stark crypts went down under the keep into the long old dark. They were lit by torches held by stewards every 20 paces, and the air below was still and dry, and the quiet had a weight to it. Ned came down the stair first with the torch in his own hand. Robert followed, breathing heavy. The king stopped twice on the way down to lean a hand against the wall. Damn this, he said. Damn my belly. I will outlive you, Stark, see if I don't. Your Grace. Don't I me? I came here to drink, not to be nodded at by a man who looks like his own grandfather. Your Grace. Stop it, you mountain ass. But Robert was laughing as he said it, and Ned almost laughed, and in the laugh there was the boy at the Eyrie. They came to her tomb at the far end. It was simple. The Starks did not ornament their dead with marble lions or golden roses. The kings of winter were given a stone bed and a stone face and a stone direwolf at their feet. Lyanna had no direwolf, because Lyanna had not lived to be a king, and her stone face was younger than Ned remembered her by years. The sculptor had given her a girl's face, and Lyanna had been a woman by the time she died. Robert did not speak. He stood before the tomb a long while. When at last he reached out, his great hand was trembling. She was promised to me, Ned. He stole her. His voice cracked. That silver-haired Targaryen demon stole her, and I killed him for it, and it has not been enough. There is no killing enough. No, Your Grace. Robert turned. The torch threw shadow on his face and made it old and made it young in the same moment. I have a son, he said. I have a wife. I have a kingdom. And every one of them I would set on a pyre if the stranger would give me her back for an hour. Ned said nothing. He could think of nothing to say that would not be a small thing said badly. He waited. He was a man who knew how to wait. Ned, Robert said at last, and his voice had gone quiet, the way it had used to go quiet at the Eyrie when Jon Arryn was about to be told something hard. I came north to bury Jon. I have buried him. I came north to drink your wine. I have drunk your wine, near enough. I came north to make my friend my hand. There it was. Ned had known it from the night the raven came, the white raven from the south with the king's seal still warm. He had known it from the turn of his wife's mouth when he read the letter aloud, from Maester Luwin's silence, from the small precise grace with which the south had folded itself into his courtyard tonight. He had known it. He had thought, in his bed at night these past 9 days, that he would say yes, because what else did one say when a king and a friend and the hand on the realm asked? He had thought he would say yes, because Jon Arryn had taught him long ago that a man went where he was needed. And then he had thought, in the last 3 days, of what a man was needed for, exactly, and what a man owed the dead and the living, and which of the two he owed more. He drew breath. He let it out slow, and the torchlight wavered. "Your Grace," he said, "I would beg you not to ask it of me." Robert blinked. "What?" "Robert," Ned said. He used the name. He did not often. "You came north to bury Jon Arryn. I am sorry for it. I loved him as you did. He was the father of us both, and the world is colder for the loss of him, and I will pray for him at every heart tree I have until I am too old to walk to one. But I cannot be your hand." Robert's face did not change for a heartbeat. Then it changed all at once. Color came into it. The veins in his neck stood up. "You will speak that again. I cannot be your hand. You will give me a reason." "I have many reasons." "Then give me one, by all the gods, give me one." Ned took the torch in his other hand. He set it into the bracket on the wall. He needed both his hands free. He had not known he would need them free. He laid one on the stone of his sister's tomb and the other at his side. "My eldest is 14, he said. "Rob. Old enough to wear a sword and to think he knows how to use it. Old enough to take orders. Not old enough to give them. Not yet. I have been teaching him since he could walk, and there is more of teaching to come. If I go south, he becomes Lord of Winterfell at 14, with a steward to do his work and a maester to give him counsel and no father at the high table to tell him when his counsel is wrong. Sons grow without their fathers, Stark. Mine are growing." The barb landed. Ned did not flinch. They do. Some grow well. Some grow ill. I am not done with mine. That is one reason. You said many. My second daughter is 9. She will be 10 in the spring. She is not a lady, Robert, not the way the South makes ladies. She fights with the kennel boys. She rides like a Dothraki. She has more iron in her than I had at her age, and if you take her south to Joffrey's court, she will die there, of a sickness that the South has and the North does not. I will not bring her to that court. I will not. I did not ask for your daughter. You will. You have a son. Sansa is 10 and 3. She is beautiful as her mother was beautiful at her age, and the South will see her, and you will see her, and you will think to bind your house to mine through her. I know you, Robert. I have known you since we were boys. You are thinking it now. Robert opened his mouth. He closed it. He looked away. That is 2, he said. My youngest son is 7. He climbs walls and dreams of knights. My middle son is 6. He cannot tell a roan from a rouncy. My bastard is 15, and he is leaving for the wall when the season turns, and I would see him off at the gate of my own keep with my own hand. My wife, he stopped himself. He started again. My wife has held this castle for me through every winter and every war and every long ride. I have not been a generous husband with my time. I owe her years. You owe me, Stark. You owe the realm. I owe the realm what a warden of the north owes it. I owe it strong borders. I owe it the king's peace north of the neck. I owe it the wall fed and supplied. I owe it the silver in my mountains and the grain in my fields and the steel of my houses when you call your banners. I do not owe it my children. I am asking you. Robert is asking you. And I am refusing. I am sorry. Robert stared at him a long while. The torch hissed. Somewhere far off, water dripped on stone. Jon Arryn is dead, Stark. He is dead, and I am told by men I do not trust that he was poisoned. By whom? That is what a hand finds out. Then send a hand who can find it out. There are good men. There is Stannis, who is your blood and as honest as any iron pole I have ever met. There is Renly, who is not honest but is clever and could be made to be. There is Mace Tyrell, who is a fat fool but who has men around him who are not. You. There is you. There is no one else who I would trust at my back with my own children behind me. There is no one else. There is. I am telling you there is. There isn't. Robert's roar broke off the stone walls and came back at them like a second voice. You think I would have ridden 18 days through mud and snow to ask any of those bloody perfumed cunts? I came north for you. I came north because Jon Arryn is in the ground and I do not know who put him there, and the only man I trust to tell me is you. Robert. I came north for you. Robert, listen to me. Listen. Ned did not raise his voice. He had never had to, with this man. If Jon Arryn was poisoned, then the poisoner is a man powerful enough to poison a hand. That man is in your court already. He is at your council. He pours your wine. He smiles at your queen. If I come south, I come into a house with a snake in every cupboard, and I bring my children with me. I will not bring my children to that house. Then leave them here, by all the 7. And take their father from them at 14 and 10 and 13 and 7 and 6. No. I have buried a sister and a brother and a father in this very crypt. I will not bury myself here before my children are grown. Robert stared. The fire in him did not go out. It changed, the way a forge fire changed when a smith stopped feeding it, smaller, hotter, narrower. His chest rose and fell. You are refusing me. I. Your king. I. In my own words I came to ask, and you are refusing me. I. For a very long moment Ned thought Robert was going to strike him. He did not move. He had not moved when Robert's face had purpled at the news at the Trident. He did not move now. Robert raised his hand. He held it in the air. He looked at it as if he did not know whose hand it was. Then he lowered it slowly to his side. You are a stubborn northern bastard, Eddard Stark. I. You have always been a stubborn northern bastard. I, your grace. And if I had your sense, he stopped. He laughed, harsh and short, the way a man laughs when something hurts. He turned away from Lyanna's tomb. He laid his hand on the cold stone of her face for the smallest of breaths. He did not look at Ned again. Wine, he said. I came for wine. I will have wine. You will pour it. Then you will pour another. Then you will pour another. And by the morning you and I will have words again, and we will see if you have grown any sense in your sleep, you long-faced fool. I will pour the wine, Ned said. They went up the stair together. They did not touch. The feast in the great hall lasted past midnight. Robert drank, and Robert sang, and Robert called for songs, and Robert named every man at his end of the table by an old airy nickname none of them had used in 20 years, and the hall laughed because it was meant to laugh. Catelyn sat at Ned's left and the queen at his right, and the queen ate sparingly and drank less, and her green eyes traveled the hall with the patience of a hawk on a perch. Cersei Lannister did not say a great deal in the first hour. She gave Catelyn a few courtesies about the lichen on the stones and the fineness of the woolen tablecloths, and she gave Ned a single direct question about the price of timber in White Harbor that startled him with its precision. He answered her honestly. She listened without nodding. When the answer was done, she had it filed somewhere behind her face, and Ned thought, watching the small smooth motion of her mouth as she set down her cup, that he had given her something he should not have, and he did not know what. Your daughter is very beautiful, she said, when the second course was being cleared. She was looking down the table at Sansa. She will be much sought after, in time. My lady wife thanks you, your grace. Has she been promised? She is 13. Ah, Cersei said. We marry our daughters younger in the south. We marry ours in the north when they are ready. It was not quite a rebuke, and it was not quite anything else, and the queen turned her face to him and gave him a thin courtesy that did not reach the bones of her cheeks. "How wise," she said. "I shall remember it." He did not turn his head, but he saw, at the edge of his vision, Catelyn's hand close briefly on the stem of her cup. Sansa was placed between Septa Mordane and one of Renly's young knights and was bright as a candle. The young knight was perhaps 8 and 10, with the lean, half-finished look of a boy who was not yet a man and who was being told by every mirror that he soon would be. He spoke to Sansa with a courtesy that he had clearly been practicing on the long ride north. Sansa returned the courtesy with the sweet attentive grace she had been born with, and Ned was glad of it, and a little troubled, watching from the corner of his eye. Theon Greyjoy sat across from her and laughed too loud at every jest, the way Theon did when he was nervous, and his eyes kept drifting to the place where Sansa's hand lay beside her wine cup. Theon was 19 years old, a Stark ward in everything but blood, and Ned had never quite known what to do with the way Theon looked at the world as though everyone in it might leave him. "My lord father," Sansa said, leaning forward when there was a lull. "Ser Hugh has been to Dorne. He has seen the sand steeds. That is a far ride, Ser Hugh." "The journey was its own reward, my lord," Ser Hugh said, in the tone of a young man who had read a great deal of poetry in some maester's tower. "Aye. Most journeys are." Theon took a long pull of his wine. He set his cup down too hard. "I have been to the Iron Islands," he said, "to nobody in particular, which is a far ride too, though there are no sand steeds, only crabs the size of dogs, and women the size of crabs, and a smell on the wind like the god's own armpit." He grinned. "Sand steeds, ha! I would take a northern Garin over any sand steed in a snow." "Theon," Ned said, mildly. "My lord." Quietly. "Aye, my lord." Sansa had laughed, in spite of herself, at the line about the god's armpit, and then had looked down at her plate to correct it. Theon's grin softened into something less brittle when she laughed. Ned saw it, and stored it away. He had not known what to do with Theon for a long time, but he had begun, in the past year, to think that he was learning. Arya hid in the kitchens until Ned sent Vayon Poole to fetch her, and she was brought to the table with a piece of straw in her hair and a furious expression. She ate with her left hand and her right hand under the table, where Ned could feel her fingers occasionally pinching at the embroidery of his sleeve. He did not pull his arm away. The pinches were her version of speaking, and he could speak back by leaving his arm where it was. Bran sat next to Robb and wide-eyed, drinking ale in such small sips that the cup never seemed to lower. Robb had his arm around the back of his brother's chair the whole night, the way an older brother does when he has decided he is going to keep someone alive against the world. Jon Snow was not at the high table. Catelyn would not have it. Ned had not pressed it. They had had that fight already, 20 times, and tonight he would not have it again. Twice during the feast, when the queen looked the other way, Ned saw Robb slip a small wedge of the good bread under the trencher and pass it down the bench to a servant boy, and the servant boy went out the side door, and Ned knew that the bread would reach Jon at the armory door. He said nothing. "My lord of Stark," Cersei said, near the end of the third course. "I am told the king has spoken with you below the keep." "Aye, your grace." "And I." She set her cup down. "You are not a man of many words." "I am not. Will you give me the courtesy of one or two?" He looked at her then, full on. He had been raised not to look a queen in the face for too long, he had not been raised not to look a queen in the face at all. He met her eyes for a count of 3. "The king has asked me to be his hand. I have refused. He is not pleased. By the morning I expect he will be angry. By the next morning I expect he will be less angry. He will ride south with his court and I will keep his peace in the north, as I have done these 9 years, and as my house has done for 8,000. He had not meant to give her so many words. He had given them because he wanted her to be the first to carry the news south, before Robert's own letters, and because he wanted her to know that he was not a man she would be able to find a soft place in. She listened. She listened the way she had listened to the timber price. When he had finished, she inclined her head a fraction, the smallest possible courtesy, and turned her face back to her plate. "How wise of you, my lord." She said it the same way she had said it before. He thought, watching her, that the queen had a small number of phrases that she used very precisely, and that, "how wise of you," was one she used when she meant something else. Across the hall Jaime Lannister leaned to murmur something to Renly and laughed, his white teeth bright, his eyes flicking once, briefly, to Cersei and away again. There was a fineness to the look between them, brother and sister, that Ned had not noticed at any of the courtesies of the day, and he stored it too, without yet understanding what he was storing. When the king's chair was at last carried out of the hall by 4 men, with the king in it half asleep and singing to himself the words of an old marching song, Ned stood. He took Catelyn's hand. He led her out into the godswood by the small door, the way he had done on the night of their bedding, and the way he had done after the death of his father, and the way he had done on the night their first son was born. The heart tree stood waiting. The face on its trunk wept the long slow sap tears that Ned had counted on as a boy. The cold under the canopy was clean. "Tell me," Catelyn said. He told her. He told her Lysa's letter, and what Lysa believed, and what Jon Arryn's death was likely to mean. He told her Robert's offer. He told her that he had refused. She listened. She did not speak until he was done. When he was done she stood beside him in the cold and looked up at the red leaves that did not move because the wind had stopped. "Thank the mother," she said, softly, and then she was crying, in the way she cried only here at the heart tree, the way a southern woman might cry where no man could see her, and Ned drew her against his chest and held her. "I am sorry I made you wait 3 days for it," he said, into her hair. "My lord husband, I have waited longer for less." It was not an easy thing to refuse him. "I know it was not. He will be angry tomorrow. He will be angry for a year. Then he will be your friend again." "You think so?" "I know him. He is a Baratheon. They are like wolves who have to be taught who feeds them." "Catelyn." "Hush." She lifted her face. Her eyes were wet, and there was something in them that he had not seen for a long time, and that he was glad to see. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for choosing us." "I did not, you did. You did. I have been carrying that fear for 9 days, since the raven came, and I would not say it because if I had said it you would have made me less afraid by lying. Thank you for not making me less afraid by lying. Thank you for staying. Cat. I love you, my lord husband. I. His voice was thick. He had not expected it to be. He cleared it. I love you, my lady. They stood under the tree a long while. He told her, then, the small private things he had not told her in years, the way the old gods sometimes loosen a man's tongue when no other gods had been able to. He told her he was tired. He told her he had thought, in the worst hour of the past 3 nights, that he would say yes after all, only to wake in the dark and know that he could not. He told her about Lyanna's tomb, and how the stone face of his sister was younger than he remembered her, and how he had not been able to bring himself to leave a flower there before the king. She listened. She did not interrupt. When at last he had said all he had to say, she put her hand against his cheek, and her hand was cold from the winter, and he leaned into it and closed his eyes. "Come to bed," she said. "I will warm you. In a moment. Now, my lord." Now. In the morning the king was less angry than Ned had feared and more angry than Ned had hoped. He did not eat at the high table. He had his food sent up to his chambers. At midday he came down in his traveling clothes and shouted at his squires and shouted at his hostlers and shouted at Renly, who took it well, and Jaime, who took it better, and Cersei, who did not take it at all but turned her face to the window of the wheelhouse and waited it out. Before he mounted, Robert sent for Ned in the inner court. They walked together, the 2 of them, in a slow circuit of the yard, with Robert's hand on Ned's shoulder and the wind picking at both their cloaks. Robert did not say anything for the first turn around. On the second he stopped at the southern wall of the inner ward and stood looking up at the merlons. "You and I built a snow fort here once," he said. "Do you remember? At the Eyrie." "Not here." "At the Eyrie, then." "Damn the place. They are all the same in my head now. We piled up snow against the tower and John came and kicked the top off and called us idiots." He laughed, low. "The man was 10 kinds of right. He is dead, Ned. Last chance, Stark. Last chance to come south with me and find out who killed our father. Last chance to drink wine at my table and be at my back when the swords come out. After today I will not ask you again. I will be too proud. I will write you a letter that pretends I never asked. We will talk about hunts and who is fat. We will not talk about this. Last chance." Ned looked at him. He looked at the king's face. He saw Robert. He saw the boy at the Eyrie. He saw the man on the trident with mud and blood on him and the war hammer in his hand and the future of the realm in front of him like a road. He saw all of them, and he knew them all, and he had loved them all. "No, Robert," he said. "No. No." Robert nodded. He looked away. "Right, then." His voice was rough. He cleared it. "Right. Then I will write you a letter when I am angry less. You will write me one back. And if I die tomorrow on the road, Stark, you will kneel for my son the way you knelt for me last night, you understand?" "I will." "Good." He swung the destrier. "Open the gate. We are leaving this damned cold place." He rode. The column wound out of the gate, and the banners came down off the walls, and the drums went out of the air, and within an hour the road was empty again as if the king had never come. Ned stood at the gate until the last of the wagons was over the hill. Robb came up beside him in the cold with no cloak on, which was the kind of fool boys were when they wanted to seem older than they were. Ned did not say anything about the cloak. He put his arm around the boy's shoulders. "He will be all right, father. He will. He will be in his cups for the ride. He will be at his hunting horn within a fortnight. He will write me letters that begin with cunt and end with old friend. He will be all right. And we?" Ned looked down at his son. He looked back at the inner court of Winterfell, where Catelyn had come out into the doorway of the keep with Bran on her hip, who was too old to be on her hip but had wanted to be carried that morning, and where Sansa stood with her hand on Arya's shoulder to keep her from running off after the wagons, and where Theon was making Sansa laugh with some idiot joke Ned could not hear, and where Jon was leaning in the door of the armory, watching with that quiet way Jon had, the way of a boy who did not believe yet that he was wanted and was waiting to be told he was. "We are home," Ned said. "We will be all right. We will be better than all right." He did not know yet how much work that would take. He did not know that the South, having come and gone, would not stay gone. He did not know that the snake in the cupboards he had named to Robert in the crypt would, in time, hear what he had said and turn its head north. He did know that Robb had asked, and that he could give Robb an answer. He stood with his eldest son at the gate of his castle and watched the last banner go down behind the hill. Then he turned. He took Robb's elbow. He led him back inside, where his wife waited, and his children, and the hall fires, and the long evening of a winter that had not yet begun. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Long Haul. The first snow of the new month came 2 days after the king rode out, and Ned Stark walked into the God's Wood before dawn to be alone with it. The heart tree wore the snow well. Drifts of white had built up in the carved hollows of the face, around the mouth and along the ridge of the brow, so that the wood looked younger than it was, the way a man's face looked younger in the kindness of a quiet light. Ned brushed the snow away from the lips of the carved face with his bare hand, because his father had brushed the snow away from the lips and his father's father before him, and a man did not change a thing as small as that even when the world had asked him to change something larger. He stood there a long time. His breath made a little weather of its own under the canopy. He listened to the wood. The wood was quiet, which was the way the old god spoke. A man who came to a heart tree and heard nothing had been answered. When at last he came up out of the god's wood and across the inner yard to the keep, Maester Luwin was waiting at the door of the rookery with a folded paper in each hand and the small careful smile he wore when he had made sense of a thing. My lord. 2 ravens before light. 1 from the king. Already. He stopped at last night's camp at the Long Lake. The ride is hard on him. The hand is, I would guess, a steward's hand. But the seal is the king's. And the second? Lord Manderley. White Harbor reports a Lyseni galley at his quay, asking after timber prices in your name. Ned stopped at the foot of the stair. He looked up at the maester, who was a small man and a careful one, and who had been at his elbow for as long as he had been a lord. In my name. I. Lord Manderley inquired with the master of the galley what authority such an inquiry was made under, and the master would give no name but yours. He suggests we have been mentioned in a certain Lannister conversation. He sends the galley away. Quickly, then. They were quick. They were. He took the papers. He read the king's letter on the stair, by the light of a lamp held by the steward who had come up behind them. It was short. Robert had not written it himself, the hand was Renly's. It said, in the manner of court letters, that the king regretted no part of his stay at Winterfell except his own departure, that he hoped Lord Stark would think on his offer once again at his leisure, and that he was sending in the next column a small token of his gratitude. The token was a war horn made of a bull aurochs's horn, banded in silver, that Robert had won at a tourney before Ned had been born. Ned closed the letter. He stood with the lamp on his face and read the second letter, from Lord Manderley, twice through. Send word to Lord Manderley that we thank him for his vigilance and that he is to inform any future galley with such queries that the Warden of the North does not negotiate timber prices through Lyseni masters. And that any Lyseni master who appears in his harbor again with any name but his own painted on his hull is to be detained at his pleasure and the Lord's pleasure jointly. I, my lord. And copy to Lord Wyman that the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms asked at my own table about the price of timber in his town, 3 nights before the galley appeared. My lord, Luwin said, and tipped his head a little. May I ask, shall I write that copy in your own ink? I. In my own ink. I would have my lords know I am paying attention. As you say. Ned took the lamp himself and went up to the Lord's solar, where his son Robb was already waiting. The boy had not slept enough. Ned could see it in the thin flush along the line of his jaw, the way he stood up too quickly from the chair when his father came in. The boy had been sitting at the great desk with the ledger of the granary spread open before him, a quill in his hand, ink on the 3rd finger, a frown on his face. Ned saw the frown and was glad of it. He had asked the boy a fortnight ago to take the granary tally for the next moon, and the boy had not asked since why. The boy had simply opened the ledger every morning and filled it with figures. Sit, Ned said. Robb sat. Ned set the king's letter on the desk. He set Lord Manderley's letter beside it. He sat down on the other side of the desk in his own old chair, the one with the wolf carved into the back that his grandfather had made for his father, and he laid his hand flat on the wood and looked at his son. Today I will teach you nothing about the granary. Today I will teach you about the South. Robb glanced at the letters. He did not pick them up without invitation. Ned approved, silently. Read them. The boy read them. He read them quickly, because he was clever, and then he read them again slowly, because Ned had taught him to. When he set them down, he was not frowning anymore. Father, the Queen is buying timber. Through a foreign hull. Under your name. What does it tell you? She has the gold, and she does not want the realm to know she has the gold. Aye. What else? That she will spend it on something she does not want the realm to know she is spending it on. Aye. What else? That if she is buying timber under your name, she does not love you. Ned almost smiled. She does not love any man, son. That is not yet news. What else? Robb thought. He looked at the letters. He laid one finger on the second. That she does not know yet that we know. Lord Manderley was on his guard. He sent the galley away. So the Queen, or whoever bought timber in her name, does not yet know we are watching. Aye. That is the answer I wanted. Now. What do we do? Watch. Yes. And. Tell our friends to watch. Yes. And. Build. Build what? Father, build what, Robb? Think. Robb sat back. He took a breath. He was learning, Ned saw, to take a breath when his father pushed, and the breath had become a way of holding his ground. If she is gathering timber, she is gathering ships. If she is gathering ships, she is gathering them in secret because she does not yet have them and does not want anyone to know she does not. So we should build ships too. Where? At White Harbor. Lord Manderley has wanted to build longships for 10 years. He has the right and the steel. He has wanted to. Grandfather refused him. I refused him. You refused him 3 years ago. Father, if we let him build now, he will build for us, and he will be glad to. Ned took up the quill himself. He wrote out, in his own clean hand, 3 lines to Lord Wyman Manderley that authorized the laying of 6 new keels in his harbor for the season of winter, against the Warden's gold, and signed his name beneath. He held the letter out to his son. Take this to Maester Lewin yourself. Stay with him until the Raven is on the wing. Then come back. We will look at the granary. The boy took the letter as if he had been handed a sword. He stood. He did not run. Ned saw him at the door pause, with his hand on the latch, and turn his head a little, the way a young man does when he wants to say something he has not yet allowed himself to say. Father. Thank you for staying. Ned did not answer. He nodded. The boy went out. Ned listened to his son's bootfalls down the stair until they were too far below to hear, and then he sat alone with the ledger of the granary and the king's letter and the quiet smell of cold ink, and he closed his eyes for a moment, and he laid his hand against his face. He said, to no one. In the long hall before noon Catelyn found him with the tally laid out. She came in with her hair still up from the day's first work, and a smudge of flour on the side of her wrist where she had been at the kitchen with the Queen's wheelhouse staff who had been unaccountably left behind, and a little wedge of bone-handled key on a ribbon at her hip that opened the linen press and 3 of the storerooms and the inner door of the maester's surgery. She looked at him across the hall with the long married look that had always meant come and tell me the worst of it. He came. They sat on the bench by the high hearth, where it was warm, and he told her about the Queen's galley, and Lord Manderley's letter, and the keels that were to be laid in White Harbor, and Robb's reasoning, which he told her in full because she would want it in full, and she listened in the way that she always did, with her hands flat on her thighs and her chin tipped a small fraction up. When he had finished, she said, Lisa. My sister has been telling us truths, then. Not only suspicions. Then she is in danger. If they know she sent a raven, she is in danger. She has the Eyrie, and she has Robert Arryn. She has the Bloody Gate. They do not yet know she has sent a raven. We have been quiet. They are not yet looking at her. Are you sure? He took her hand. Cat, I am not sure of anything but the granary tally and that it is short half a wagon. She laughed, a small surprised sound. He liked surprising her with such laughs. He did not do it often enough. What will you do for her? I will write. Quietly. Not under my seal. Under Howland's. Howland. Her hand tightened on his. You are sending Howland. I am asking him to send a man, or perhaps to come himself. He has gone where I have asked him to go since we were boys. The Crannogmen know how to listen. He will go to Gulltown for me, or to the Vale itself, by the lake roads no man at the Bloody Gate would think to watch. He will hear what is to be heard. Ned. He is no spy. He is the best listener I know. Spy is a word I use for men who lie. Howland will not lie. He will only listen. She breathed out. She looked into the fire. After a while she said, "And Lisa. I will write to Lisa under your hand. Tell her thank you. Tell her she is loved. Tell her not to send another raven for a year. Tell her that the wolves of the north sleep with one eye open. And if she insists on sending one, then I will read it and act on it. Cat." He turned her hand over in his and ran his thumb along the line of her wedding band, the way he had done at table for 16 years. "Cat, the South is a country of clever people. I will not match them at being clever. We must be patient instead. Patient is a thing the South is very bad at. They cannot stand to wait for a thing. You are very northern, my lord husband. I am told." She leaned her shoulder against his shoulder for the length of a breath. "There is one other thing. Arya. What of her? She has thrown a sling stone at Septa Mordane. Twice this morning. Did she hit her? My lord, that is not the question I should be answering. Did she hit her? Both times. She is improving with the sling." He let himself laugh. He did not laugh often. The room around them did not seem to expect him to. The two stewards at the long table on the far end glanced over at the sound and looked away again. Catelyn smiled at him with a tightness of the mouth that he had grown to read as amusement defended against itself. "What does Septa Mordane want? To stop being struck with sling stones. What does my daughter want? To not be a lady. She is 9. She is going on 90. My lord, I have not the patience to teach her embroidery anymore. Her hands do not learn it. Her mind does not learn it. She is good with her hands and with her mind both, but neither of them are interested in a needle. Then we must find them an interest." "What interest?" He thought. He thought of the queen's hawk-eyed face turning at his table, and of Arya's hand pinching his sleeve under the trencher. He thought of his second daughter going south with the king's column, in another life he had refused, and of what kind of girl she would have become there. He thought of the Braavosi captain whose name his sister had loved long ago, and of the dancing master at Riverrun who had taught Catelyn's brother Edmure to fence with a laugh. "Send a raven to Braavos for me," he said. "To the Sea Lord's house. There is a name I will give you. Syrio Farrell. He was a guardsman of the first Sea Lord and a swordsman before that. He teaches what they call water dancing. He is old now, perhaps. If he is alive, ask if he will come north. Tell him I will pay him in northern silver and Manderley hospitality and 1 barrel of Riverrun wine for every moon he stays. Tell him I have a daughter who is small and quick and clever, and that she does not yet know that any of these things is a gift." She looked at him, her eyebrows up. "A Braavosi water dancer. For Arya. For Arya. And Sansa, if she will take it." "Sansa will not." "Sansa will, if I ask her to. She is dutiful. I do not want her to be dutiful at this, mind. I would rather she be reluctant. But she will go. You would have your second daughter taught to fight. To move. To know her own body. I would have her not be the kind of girl whom the world breaks easily, when the world comes to break her." He looked at his wife. "I would have you not have to tell our daughter, 15 years from now, that you did not give her the strength to stand on her own legs in a strange room." Catelyn's eyes were wet. She did not let them be wet for long. She had Tully eyes and Tully discipline, and she put the wet away. "I will write the raven myself," she said. "Tonight. Use Maester Luwin's seal. I shall use yours. As you like." And tell me one more thing, my lord husband. When the maester from Bravos arrives, do you expect to keep him secret? He almost laughed again. He is a Bravosi swordsman. He will be the most secret man in all the north within a week of his arrival. I shall have him called the Dancing Master. It will be true. Arya will tell the kennel boys. The kennel boys will tell every man who passes the gate. By spring the south will know I have a Bravosi at Winterfell and they will not know what for. That is the kind of secret I prefer. You are growing devious in your old age. I am growing a wife and 4 children old, my lady. There is no other path that does not lead to it. He kissed the top of her head. He stood. He had work. In the practice yard at noon Robb and Theon were at swordsplay. It was the 3rd bout of the morning. Ser Roderick Castle stood at the edge of the ring with his arms folded, his white whiskers turning silver in the cold light. He watched the boys without saying anything for a long while, and then he turned to Ned, who had come down to the rail. Theon is pressing him too hard, my lord. I have told him. He pulls his strikes at the last and the boy reads it and steps wide. They will hurt each other, but slowly. Let them go on. I will watch. Ned stood at the rail. He watched. Theon was 19. He was tall, lean, dark-haired, with the long unhappy mouth that came from his mother's side. He wore a sleeveless gambeson under his mail and his shoulders showed the muscle of a young man whose body had grown faster than his patience. He fought like an Iron Islander, which is to say he fought to disarm before he fought to kill, the way a reaver took a man for ransom rather than steal. He was good at it. He had been good at it since he was 13, when Ned had first watched him beat one of the older castle cousins in a sparring ring and known that the boy would always be good at it, and would always wish someone had clapped him on the back for it the way no one in his family ever had. Robb was 14. He fought the way a Stark fought, which is to say he fought to win, with the wolf's economy of motion that his father had drilled into him. He was strong. He was a hand shorter than Theon and would not catch him in height in this life. He had the patience Theon did not, and the lack of it Theon did. Today Theon was pressing him, the way Theon pressed when something else was on his mind, and Ned watched the way Robb did not press back. The boy let himself be driven. He gave ground. He gave the long step and the half step and the corner step, and his eye stayed on Theon's eye, and Theon did not yet know that he was being read. On the 7th exchange Theon overcommit. He came in long with a stroke he meant to land flat against Robb's shoulder pad, the kind of stroke one uses to say I am the better swordsman without saying anything, and he came in long, and Robb was no longer where he had been a heartbeat earlier. Robb stepped inside the line. Robb's blunt-edged blade caught Theon under the ribs, not hard, but exactly in the place where, if the blade had been live, Theon would have been half a heartbeat away from being dead. Theon staggered. He stopped. He looked down at his own ribs, where the wood had pressed. Yield, Robb said, quietly. I yield, brother. I said. I yielded. Theon's grin was a small thing now, and cleaner than the grin had been at the feast. I yield, you stubborn northern goat. By the old gods and the new and the gods of the sea, I yield. He was breathing hard. They both were. The two of them stood with their swords down in the snow of the practice yard and looked at one another, and after a moment Theon's free hand came up and rested briefly on Robb's shoulder, and Robb's free hand came up and rested briefly on Theon's elbow, and that was as close as they could come to embrace in a sparring ring with 3 castle cousins watching, and it was enough. Drink with me, Theon said. I. Both of you, Ned said, from the rail. They turned, surprised. He had not been there at the start of the bout, or so they thought. He had been there. He had stood quietly. He came down off the rail and into the snow. Father. Theon. The Greyjoy boy straightened up. He did the thing Ned had learned to look for, he made his shoulders a little narrower without meaning to, the way a man did when he was about to be told something he expected to be a rebuke. Ned put his hand on Theon's shoulder. He let it stay there. He did not press. I watched the bout. My lord. You fight well. You are pulling at the end. I have told you before to trust the strike. Today I tell you again. My lord. Look at me, Theon. The boy looked. Ned had gray eyes like every Stark in the long line of Starks, and he had learned to use them gently when he wanted to. He used them gently now. I would have you fight the way a man fights for a thing he loves, not the way a man fights for a thing he fears to lose. You are a son of this house. Fight as one. Go drink with my son, who has just tested you and beaten you, and whom you will train tomorrow, because he will not fight a man twice the same way. Theon's throat moved. My lord. He stopped. He did not know what name to give it. He gave none. Go on. The boys went. Ned watched them cross the yard to the kitchens, Rob's arm about Theon's shoulder, the two of them already arguing about whose turn it was to pay the kitchen woman for ale. Beside him Ser Rodrik blew out his white mustache. That was kindly done, my lord. It was overdue. I did not say it was not. He has been here a long time, Rodrik. I have not been a father to him. I have been a jailer in the shape of a father. There is no, he paused. There is no point to it now. The Iron Islands are quiet. They will be quiet a long time. I might as well be a father to him while I have him. My lord. And tomorrow, Rodrik, I would have you teach Rob to work the body in mail until he can do 6 full pelt drills without stopping. He has been letting himself rest at 4. We do not have time for 4. 6 it is. And one other thing. My lord. Send word to the Master-at-Arms of Last Hearth and Carhold and the Dread Fort and Bear Island that I will be holding a winter muster at Winterfell at the half-moon of the 2nd moon, and that I want their best swords and their best longbows and their best riders here by then, that I might see them. We have not held a muster since the Greyjoy rebellion. It is past time. Ser Rodrik nodded, slowly. A muster of what cause, my lord? Of the cause of being ready, Rodrik. He turned and went back into the keep, and the snow closed up his footprints behind him as it had begun to fall again. Catelyn found Sansa in the small solar above the women's chambers in the late afternoon. The girl had been at her loom, and the loom had been at her, and she was leaning her forehead against the warp now with the kind of small sigh that her own mother had not been allowed to sigh as a girl in Riverrun. Catelyn paused at the door before she went in. She looked at her daughter a moment in the slanting yellow of the window. Sansa had her father's nose and her mother's hair, and when she looked tired she looked, Catelyn thought, like the daughter of a household that had been spared something. Mother. You may take it down for the day. Septa will not mind. I have been at it 3 hours. Then you have been at it long enough. Come sit by me. The girl came. She brought her ribbon basket because she did not know what to do with her hands without it. She sat on the cushion beside her mother's chair with the ribbons in her lap, and after a moment she took up one of them and began to braid it, very slowly, between her fingers, the way she had done since she was 4. Catelyn watched her. Sansa. Mother. What did you make of the Queen? The girl thought before she spoke. Catelyn was glad of that. She had taught her own daughters to think before they spoke, when she could remember to. With Arya the lesson had not been heard. With Sansa it had. Sometimes Catelyn worried that it had been heard too well. She was kind to me, mother. She said my hair was beautiful. She said I would be sought after, in time. And what did you make of that? I was glad, at first. She stopped. The ribbon went still in her hands. Sansa. Mother, it was not warm. It was a kindness without warmth. She said it the way the septa says things from the seven-pointed star when she has not yet had her morning bread. I do not think she meant me well, mother. Catelyn closed her eyes for a small breath. She opened them. She put her hand on the back of her daughter's neck and let it rest there. The girl leaned her head against her mother's knee. They did not speak for a while. You are very clever, my daughter. Septa Mordane says I am too quick to think ill of people. Septa Mordane is wrong about a number of things in this world. Among them what is too quick. There is no ill in noticing the cold under a kindness. Then why did the queen say it, mother? Because she wanted you to remember her. Why? Because we are about to have less to do with the South than the South expected, and the queen wanted to leave a hook in you. The girl was quiet a long time. Catelyn watched the slow careful braid forming between her daughter's small fingers, and after a while Sansa said, very low, Father did not go south. No. Will he go south? No. Not for the king. Not for the queen. Not for any of them. Will I go south? Not if your father can help it. And not if I can. We have been talking about it last night, your father and I, and we have come to the same place we usually come to in such talks. If you wish to make a southern marriage, when you are old enough, we will think about that with you. We will not think about it for you. And if you do not have to. The north is wide. There are good men in it. Sansa's hand stopped on the ribbon. She turned her face up. There was something in her face that was very young, and Catelyn was both glad of it and a little sorry for it. She kissed her daughter's forehead, where her own mother had kissed her at 12. There is a good man in this very keep, Catelyn said. Mother. I am not asking you a thing about it now. You are 13. You are not to be asked anything now. I am only telling you that there is a good man in this very keep, who is not my favorite man and who has been a trial to your father for years, but who has a kindness in him that the South would have eaten by now. Do not laugh at him when he laughs too loudly at his own jests. He is laughing because he is afraid no one will laugh with him. Laugh with him sometimes. Then ignore him for a week. Then laugh with him again. That is the lesson my own mother taught me about your father. Sansa was looking at her with very large eyes. Theon. I have not named anyone. Mother, hush. I have not named anyone. She brushed the girl's hair behind one ear. You are 13. There is no hurry. There is no hurry at all. A great roar went up from the inner yard. It was a child's roar. Catelyn knew her own child's roar. She stood half out of her seat before her mind had finished the count, and Sansa was already on her feet. The two of them went to the window. Below in the yard there were two figures sprawled in the snow. One of them was Bran, on his back, with his arms thrown out. The other was old Nan, who had fallen because she was not as steady on the ice as she had been, and Bran had pulled her down with him in trying to catch her, and the both of them were on their backs in the snow now, laughing and laughing, while Hodder stood over them like a confused tower and Summer the dire wolf bit at Bran's ankle in the slow careful way a young pup played with someone he was sure he could not hurt. My lady, Sansa said, half laughing herself, they are well. They are. Look at him. Bran will be the death of me. He will be the death of old Nan. The lady old Nan will be the death of him. Sansa. Mother. My lord father will tell you tonight at supper that we have written for a dancing master from Bravos. He is for your sister. He is for you also, if you wish him. Sansa looked at her. A dancing master? For Arya. Aye. He teaches what they call water dancing. It is not the dance of a southern court. It is more like the way the castle boys train at swords, but with a slim blade and a foot's quickness. Your father wants Arya to know it. It will, he says, give her something to do that she can be proud of. Then she will not throw stones at the septa anymore. Or she will throw them more accurately. We shall see. And me, mother? What of you? Would I be, clumsy, do you think? I think you would be very graceful at it. Your father would not say so, because he is a man and does not know what graceful is until he sees a doe in the wood. I will say so. I think you would be graceful at it. I think you should try it. Sansa was looking at her with the slow shy beginning of a smile. Catelyn noticed, with a sharpness she had not expected, that the smile was a different smile than the Songs of Florian one her daughter had been wearing for 2 years now. This was a smile from inside the keep, not from inside a story. All right, mother. All right, then. Below in the yard, Hodder had at last had the wit to bend down and pick Bran up out of the snow with one hand and old Nan up out of the snow with the other, holding them both like puppies. Bran was kicking his heels in the air. Old Nan was scolding him in 3 languages, 2 of which she had invented. Ned found Bran in the kennels at sunset. The boy was on his knees in the straw, with Summer nearly grown enough to overtop him at the shoulder, and he was running his fingers through the rough grey of the pup's neck fur with the slow dreamy attention of a child who could not yet say in words what he was thinking. Summer turned his head, golden eyes finding Ned at the doorway, and lowered his head again to his paws. Father. Bran. I was going to climb the Godswood Wall today. Were you? I did not. That is good of you. Hodder said no. Hodder never says no. He said no in his Hodder way. I will thank him. Will you, father? Ned came in. He sat on a low bale of straw across from his son. The boy was 8 last name day, he was not 8 yet today, but he might as well have been, the way he came up from the floor and fitted himself against his father's knee with the absent-mindedness of a small dog. Ned put his arm round his shoulders. The kennels smelled of clean straw and old rope and dog. He had used to sit in them as a boy. Bran. I have come to ask you a thing. Father. I have come to ask you not to climb the broken tower for 1 moon. The boy looked up. 1 moon. 1. That is all I am asking. 1 whole moon. Father, I have only ever climbed the broken tower because there is nothing in any other tower to look down at. From the broken tower I can see the King's Road. I can see the Wolfswood. I can see, I know. You can see Lyseni galleys, no doubt, before Lord Manderley's own watch sees them. What is a Lyseni galley? A boat. A southern boat. Bran. 1 moon. After 1 moon I will take you up the broken tower myself with a rope around your waist and we will find together which stones are sound and which are not, and we will mark them, and you will climb only the sound ones, by daylight, with a man at the foot of the tower. I have promised your mother. Now I am asking you. 1 moon. The boy thought. He had Catelyn's mouth, set hard. He had Ned's mouth, soft inside the hard. All right, father. Good. But the Godswood Wall. The Godswood Wall is a different matter. The Godswood Wall is mossy and slick and I will not have you on it neither. You will save your climbing for 1 moon. After 1 moon, what? After 1 moon you will climb with me. The boy put his head against his father's shoulder. Ned closed his arm around him. He had been small himself once. He had been hawking for sparrows in the broken tower at exactly Bran's age. He remembered the wind. He remembered believing that he could not fall. Father. Was the Queen kind to me, do you think? She gave you no notice. She is a busy woman. The Queen has a great many people to be kind to. Mother says she was not kind to Sansa. Mother is right. But she did not strike Sansa. She gave her a present. That is one way of being unkind, my son. There are many. The world has more shapes of unkindness in it than it does of any other thing. You and I will study them as you grow, and you will learn to see them, and to step around them. Tonight you will eat at the high table. Bring Summer. He is large enough now to be allowed. The boy's eyes were shining. Truly, father. Truly. Go on, now. Washington. The kennels are no place to come to supper from. He left the boy with the wolf. He went out and crossed the inner yard one more time. The light was failing. The keep windows were beginning to show the warm yellow of lit lamps. Across the yard, in the long shadow of the armory wall, he saw the figure of his bastard son standing with one boot up on the bench, fastening a strap on a shin guard, and he changed his course and went there. Jon. Father. The boy straightened up. He had Lionel's face, more than he had Ned's, and Ned had spent 15 years learning not to wince at the seeing of it. He laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. Walk with me a moment. They walked along the inside of the wall, where the snow was less and the boots did not slip. Jon was quiet, the way Jon was always quiet. He had been a quiet boy at 4 and a quiet boy at 10 and was a quiet young man at 15, with the kind of quietness that other men sometimes mistook for sullenness and that Ned had always known was attention. You leave for the wall in the spring, Ned said. Aye, father. You are still set on it. I am. I had thought, in the past weeks, that I might ask you to wait another year. The boy did not look at him. Why, father? The world is changing. There is going to be a need of swords north of the neck. I would not have my house go thin in any place at any time, and you are a sword. You have Robb. You have Theon. You have the castles. You have, I have all of them. I am not asking you to stay forever. I am asking you to wait one more season. Jon walked a few more paces. The wind picked at his cloak. After a while he said, very low, Father, if I wait one season I will wait 2. If I wait 2 I will not go. And would that be the worst thing? It would be a thing my lady your wife would not bear. And I would not blame her for it. My lady my wife is not the thing that drives you north. She is one of them. What are the others? Jon looked at him. He had a steady eye when he chose to use it. Father, I am a bastard. The wall is a place where a man's birth does not weigh him. I have wanted to go to the wall since I was 8. You know I have. I would rather walk the wall in mail than sit at any high table in the south as a knight who is not quite a knight. I would not sit even at this high table in the way I have been sitting. You are my son. Father. I know it. And it is the kindest thing you have ever said to me, and you say it to me often, and you have not yet tired of saying it. But the world will not hear you, Father. The world will hear my name, and my name is Snow. Ned stopped. He turned. He took the boy by both shoulders and made him stand to face him. Listen to me, Jon. You will go to the wall. I will not stop you. You will go because you wish to, and because I am proud to have a son who wishes to. But you will not go in the spring. You will go in the summer. Father, hear me. In the summer, when you go, you will not go in any old boy's mail. You will go with a Stark sword at your hip. I have written for one, from Micken, and from the smith at White Harbor. We will have it forged at both forges and choose the better. You will go with a wolf pup of your own choosing from this kennel. You will go on a horse out of my own stable, not the youngest and not the oldest, and you will choose the horse. And you will go, when you ride out of this gate, with your father at the gate to see you off. Not your mother. I cannot give you your mother, Jon. I have been sorry for it every day of your life. But I can give you that. Will you take it from me? The boy did not speak for a long while. Ned watched the wind take a single tear from the corner of his bastard son's eye and freeze it on his cheek before it had finished falling. Father. Good. Father, hush, son. He pulled the boy against him. He held him a moment against the cold. He had not held this boy enough, he thought, in the boy's life. The thought arrived with a sharp small grief that he would not let himself carry too far. He stepped back. He took Jon's elbow. "You will eat at the high table tonight. Father, my lady wife and I have spoken of it. You will eat at the high table tonight. Bran is bringing his wolf. You will bring yours, if Ghost will come. He will come. Then come." That night the family ate together. The hall was quieter than it had been in the king's days. The long tables of the household were warm with low laughter. The high table held the Starks, all of them, with Theon at one end where Sansa could speak with him if she wished, and Jon at the other end where Robb could speak with him, and Bran in the middle with his wolf at his foot taking small offered pieces of meat, and Arya next to her mother with the ferocious clean attention of a girl who had been told, between courses, that there was a Braavosi swordsman coming north at her father's invitation, and who had not yet decided whether to weep for it or to break something for it. Ghost sat behind Jon's chair, white as snow, and watched everything in the hall with the same red-eyed attention as the heart tree itself. When the bread had gone and the meat had gone and the soft cheese had been brought out, Ned stood. The hall stilled. "Tonight," he said, in his lord's voice, which was not loud and was not soft and that men leaned forward to hear, "I would speak a thing. I would have you know that the king has gone. He has gone south. I will not be his hand. He has my friendship. He does not have my service in his court. We are the North. We will keep our peace." A small ripple ran along the long tables. He had expected it. He waited until it had passed. "In the next moon I will hold a muster of the houses at Winterfell. Master-at-arms of every loyal house. Best riders. Best longbows. We have not mustered since the Greyjoy rebellion. It is past time. I want to see the strength of my own banners and they want to see my face. We will do this at the half-moon of the second moon. There will be a feast. There will be a rebuilding of bonds. I have written to Lord Manderley. I have written to Lord Karstark. I have written to the mountain clans. I have written to Last Hearth. And I have written, with my lady my wife's hand, a letter to her sister at the Eyrie, who has been kind to us in dark days, and to whom we owe a small kindness in return." He paused. He looked at his children. "You are mine," he said, quietly, "only to them. All of you. And I am yours. The years will be hard. I have not lied to you about that since you were small. But we will have them together." He sat. The hall went on. The dogs in the corners went on. The fires in the long hearths burned on. Catelyn put her hand on the back of his hand and left it there until the second course had been taken away. Across from him at the table his eldest son was watching him with the careful loving steadiness that, Ned thought, would in time become a king's gaze, if any son of his was ever to need such a gaze, and beside him his bastard son was eating in long quiet pulls and feeding small pieces under the table to a white wolf. He was glad of every face at the high table. He would be glad of them again tomorrow, and tomorrow. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Ravens and Steel. The Tower of the Hand at King's Landing had long windows that were warm even in the wettest of the spring rains, and Tywin Lannister stood at one of them with a single sheet of paper in his hand and the cold patience of a man who did not need to read a thing twice. The paper had come up from the Red Keep's rookery a quarter of an hour earlier. It bore the king's seal, opened and folded again. The hand was not the king's. It said, in the brief glib phrasing Tywin had learned over the years to recognize as Lord Renly's, that the king had returned in good health from his ride to Winterfell, that Lord Eddard Stark of the North had been offered the handship and had refused, and that the king required of his small council that they not remark upon the matter at any meeting until the king had himself remarked upon it. The king, the letter implied without saying so, was drinking. Tywin read the paper a second time, because he had learned long ago not to trust his first reading of any letter that had been written by a man he disliked. He set the paper down on the long sill. He laid his hand flat over it. "Lord Eddard," he said, to no one. How wise. The phrase was his daughter's. He used it because his daughter had used it 3 nights ago, in a letter sent ahead of the royal column from a way house on the King's Road, in which she had told him, in the small precise hand she had been taught, that the Stark would not come south, and that the Stark had a wife who managed his keep, and that the Stark had 4 trueborn sons and 2 daughters and 1 bastard, and that the bastard was bound for the wall, and that the eldest son was strong and the younger son was a climber, and the youngest girl had pinched her father's sleeve under the table during a state dinner. Cersei had a head, when she chose to use it. Tywin sometimes wished she would choose to use it more often, and at other times was relieved that she did not. He turned from the window. He went to his desk. He took up his quill. He wrote a letter in his own hand to Janoslant, who was commander of the city watch and a man who could be bought with 8 pieces of gold a moon, and gave him the additional 8 pieces. He wrote a letter to Ser Island Payne, who could not write back. He wrote a letter to Peter Baelish, who could write back and would, and who was useful precisely because he did not need to be told what was wanted, and who had already, at the king's homecoming feast, made a small joke at the queen's elbow about the wisdom of northern lords, the way a clever man dropped a piece of news through wine. Last of all he wrote a letter to his son. To Ser Jaime Lannister, in the King's Landing barracks of the King's Guard, in the Queen's Quarter, the letter said, "The Stark has refused. The plan changes. You will not at any point in the next year find yourself alone in any tower with my daughter. You will not at any point in the next year find yourself alone with my daughter. Make no answer to this letter. Burn it. Your father." He sealed the letter with the lion. He sent for the page. He gave the page the letter and a copper for his trouble, and the page took both and went out the heavy door of the Tower of the Hand and down the long stair, and Tywin Lannister returned to the long window and stood at it for a quarter of an hour with his hands folded behind his back, and he did not move. When at last he moved, he sent for his brother Kevin, and his maester, and the master of his armory, and the man who had been keeping the books on the gold streaming up out of the Westerlands these past 3 years. He spoke to each of them in turn and gave each of them a small change in their orders, and by the time the bells of the great September rang midday, Tywin Lannister had, without rising from his desk and without raising his voice, redirected 3 convoys of supply, ordered the recall of 2 cousins from the disputed lands, and bought a Lyseni galley that had been refused at White Harbor and was now offering itself, very cheaply, to any patron who would have it. "Lord Hand," the maester said, when he was the last in the room, and Tywin had risen at last. "The king will require an answer about the hand. The king has had his answer. The king will require a new hand, my lord, in time. The king will appoint his brother. His brother Renly. He will appoint Renly because Stannis has grown beyond his patience and Renly has not. Renly will accept. We will work with Renly. Renly is young. And you, my lord?" "I will not be Hand," Tywin said. "I will be the man who is not Hand. I find the position very useful at the moment. Show yourself out, maester." Below, on the river side of the Red Keep, in a small chamber that smelled of beeswax and silver polish, Cersei Lannister was waiting for her brother. She had been waiting an hour. She had folded a small white linen napkin into the shape of a swan and unfolded it, and folded it into the shape of a swan again. She had drunk 2 cups of summer wine. She had not drunk a third. 3 cups of summer wine before sundown was a Robert habit. She had not yet given herself permission to take Robert's habits. She suspected she would, in time. The door opened. Jaime came in. He came in his white armor, because he had come from the throne room and had not had the chance to change, and he stood for a moment with his shoulder to the door looking at her, the gold of his hair catching the lamp. "You are pale, sister. It is the cold. I have been pale since Winterfell. You have been south a fortnight. You are not pale from cold. Close the door." He closed the door. He came to her. He did not sit. He stood at the back of her chair and laid his white gauntlet hands on the carved wood at her shoulders and bent his head and breathed against her hair. "He refused you," he said. "He refused Robert. He refused you. He saw you, Cersei. I was there. I watched him watch you, and he saw you. That is what he refused. Stop. He saw nothing he could prove. He saw enough. He told me at table that he was the Warden of the North and that his house had kept the peace in the North for 8,000 years. He looked me in the eyes for a count of 3, brother. A man does not look a queen in the eyes for a count of 3 because he is shy. He is shy. He is patient. There is a difference. He is the kind of man who notices a thing and lets it sit and turns it. He will turn this. He has likely turned it already. What did our Lord Father say? She turned her face up at him. She had Tywin's hard eyes when she chose to use them, and she chose to use them now. He said you are not to be alone in any tower with me for a year. Jaime's hand stilled on the back of the chair. After a moment he lifted them. He stepped back. He took the second seat by the small fire, the carved chair with the lion at the arm, and sat down in it with the deliberate care of a man putting away a sword he might have drawn. Then we will not be alone in any tower for a year. Brother. It is not so long. It is forever. It is a year. He said a year, not forever. Cersei. We have been a year apart before. We will be a year apart again. Father is right. Father is always right. The Stark's letter from White Harbor will reach this keep in 5 days. He will be writing to Stannis, perhaps. Probably. Stannis has gone to Dragonstone in any case. Robert has run him there with his temper. Ned is the only man Stannis listens to. If Stannis comes south on a Stark word, he is a Stark word. They will fight us together. Father has a plan. Father has many plans. He has a plan for every plan. He has a plan in case Robert sees Tommen's face one morning and counts on his fingers. Cersei. Trust him. I will trust him. She closed her eyes. I will trust him. She opened them. But I want the Stark gone, brother. I want him quietly gone. He will not let us be. Jaime laid his white gauntlet hand over hers, briefly, and lifted it again. He is the Warden of the North. Even our father will not move on the Warden of the North in his own keep. Be patient, Cersei. We have a year. We have 10. We have all the time the Stark does not. The Stark has an old man's patience. We have the bones of an empire. The bones are slower, but they last. Brother. I have missed you. I have been at every supper for a fortnight. I have missed you when you are at every supper for a fortnight. He laughed, once, very softly, and stood up, because he had to go before he was alone in any tower with her. He laid his hand on her hair. He took his hand away. A year, he said. A year. He went out. The door closed behind him with the small dry click of a lock that had been kept in working order. Cersei sat by the fire a long time. After a time she stood. She went to her writing table. She took up the quill. She wrote a letter to a woolen merchant in Gulltown in whom her uncle Kevin had a small interest, and she gave the woolen merchant 300 pieces of gold against a delivery of certain wool which would, if the woolen merchant was clever, never be delivered, and she folded the letter, and sealed it, and rang the bell for the page. When the page had gone, she sat at the table in the firelight and picked up the linen napkin again. She folded it into the shape of a swan. She unfolded it. She folded it into the shape of a swan. A year, she thought. A year, then. In the God's Wood at Winterfell, 3 weeks later, a little man stepped through the snow toward Eddard Stark and laid a flat moss-green palm against his brother Beotha's wrist. You are well, Ned. I am well, Howland. Your wife is well. She is. Your children. All 5. And the bastard. He is well too, Howland. You may sit. The cold is cleaner than the south, and the heart tree is patient. They sat on the long mossy log Ned's father had laid down for sitting, 10 paces from the trunk of the heart tree, where the snow seldom reached because the canopy held it. Howland Reed of Greywater Watch was a small man, smaller than Tyrion Lannister and twice as quiet, with eyes the color of a bog at dusk and skin the color of weathered cypress. He had been at the Tower of Joy with Ned, 15 years gone, and he was the only man living who knew what had happened there besides Ned himself, and Ned trusted him as he trusted his own right hand and not always his own left. "Tell me," Ned said. "I went to Gull Town. I went under the name of a salt merchant from Old Wyke. I was at Gull Town 3 weeks. I was at the Eyrie 1. I came back through the riverlands, by the foot trails. I will not be quick to go back. I would not ask it of you. You will, when the time comes. And I will go. Tell me first what you have heard. I will not waste you my own news on what you already know." Ned told him. He told him the Queen's timber inquiry through White Harbor. He told him the King's letter, and the war horn that had come with it. He told him that Lisa Arryn's letter had come, and what Lisa had said, and that he had refused the hand. He told him that Robb was learning to read men through letters, and Bran had agreed not to climb the broken tower for a moon, and that a Braavosi swordsman by the name of Syrio Farrell had written back from a winehouse in Pentos to say that he would come north for the offered fee plus a pair of good wool stockings, since the cold in Braavos in winter was not a thing one could imagine to oneself in the cold of a North Westerosi keep. Howland Reed listened. He did not interrupt. When Ned was done, he laid his small dry brown hand on his own knee and tipped his head back and looked up at the red leaves above them. "Lisa was right, Ned. About one thing." "Which?" "Jon Arryn was poisoned." Ned said nothing. "I have it from the household maester at the Eyrie, an old man with no love left for his queen. He is in his 4th year of failing memory and he has nothing to lose by remembering. He told me Jon Arryn was made ill by a small bottle of sweet drops a steward of Cersei Lannister's brought up to the Eyrie 3 months before Jon Arryn's death. The drops were said to come from a healer in the south who had cured the Queen's own headaches. Jon Arryn was given them when his head ached. Jon Arryn's head ached often. Jon Arryn died before his last bottle was empty." "Who was the steward?" "A boy of about 20. Half a Lannister cousin. He has since drowned in a puddle in the Stormlands while drunk. I would not believe him drowned in a puddle while drunk if I had not heard it 3 times from 3 witnesses who were paid for it. Whoever paid for him to drown wished him drowned in a manner that was not interesting. And the man who gave him the bottle. The bottle was bought from an alchemist on the Street of Steel. Peter Baelish has had 2 private dinners with that alchemist in the past year. I cannot prove the bottle came from the alchemist to Baelish to the cousin. I am only telling you what I saw." Ned was quiet. The wind picked at the canopy above. A single red leaf came loose. It drifted down between them and lay on the log. "Lisa believes the Queen," Ned said. "Lisa wrote me that the Queen had her husband killed. Lisa is half right. Lisa is too angry to be more than half right. I would not say to her face that she is too angry to be more than half right. But Cersei Lannister did not act alone. There is a man with her in this. There are perhaps 2. Baelish is one. The other. I do not know. Varys, I think. Varys is a man who keeps his own counsel and does not tell me his counsel and who I do not, at the moment, have a way of placing in or out of this. He may have known and not stopped it. He may have known and helped it. He may not have known. I will not say. And the Eyrie. Lisa is afraid. Lisa is half broken. She holds the keep, but the keep is hers in the way a child's hand is on a knife. She has it gripped, but she does not control its weight. The men of the Vale are loyal but unled. Yohn Royce is loyal. Lord Hunter is loyal. Lord Corbray is uncertain. The Bloody Gate is held by a bronze Yohn cousin who would die for the boy lord, and that is a comfort, but it is not enough. I have left my man Erlin at Lisa's elbow under the name of a fisher of Gulltown. He will write me when he can. You are a good friend, Howland Reed. I am the kind of friend you are. Which is to say I owe you my life 10 times over and we will not speak of it. Now tell me of your muster. I have it set for the half-moon. The bannermen will be here in 8 days. Good. Hold it. What would you have me do? Hold it. Show your face. Show your wife's. Show your sons. Have your second daughter at the table, with the Bravosi. Have her seen with the Bravosi. The lords of the north will laugh, and within a month the queen will know that you have a Bravosi swordsman at Winterfell, and within 2 months she will not know what for. That is the kind of fog a southern queen cannot see through, Ned. She is used to fog of her own making. You sound like a wife I have. I sound like the husband I almost became. Your wife is sharper than I. She is. I will stay through the muster. Then I will go south again. There is a man in Gulltown I have not yet drunk with. I will drink with him. Howland. I. Thank you. Don't thank me, Ned. Old gods know what we have begun. I do. Then we are both fools. I. They sat under the heart tree a little longer. The leaf on the log between them did not move. After a while Ned stood. He helped Howland Reed up. The two of them walked back through the snow toward the keep together, side by side, the small man and the tall. It was the next morning, in a wind that had turned by the hour of the wolf, that Bran fell. He had not climbed the broken tower. He had given his word, and his word had held, and so he had climbed instead the inside of the bell tower, where the stone was older than the broken tower's stone but had been kept up because the bells were kept up. He had been climbing it with Robb's ward Theon below him at the foot of the stair, holding the bottom of the rope, because Theon had said yes, brother, you can climb that one, my lord uncle did not say no to that one. Theon was wrong, Ned had not given an opinion on the bell tower. He had not thought it would come up. The bell tower had not been climbed by a Stark child in a generation. The stone was old. The stone was sound, mostly. There was, near the top of the tower, where the bell-wheel housing met the cold outer face of the keep, a single course of mortar that had not been pointed in 80 years, where one of the king's stewards in Aerys' day had fallen asleep at his work and had hung the new course on bad lime, and where the bad lime had finally given up sometime in the night, with no one nearby to hear it. Bran put his hand on it. The course gave. It did not break first, it gave first. The boy felt the give, the long slow lazy give of a thing he was reaching up for, and he understood in the half-breath before he was falling that he had made a mistake. He did not cry out. Brands of his line did not cry out. He fell. The fall was not far, by the tale of falls. It was 9 fathoms, give a fathom or take. He came down through the open well of the bell tower, with his arms thrown out and his cloak boiling around him and his small body turning twice in the air, and on the landing of the 3rd floor he caught the rail with both hands and his small hands could not hold his own weight at the speed it was going, and he came off again, and he came down 2 more flights of the open stair without striking the wall, and he hit the stone of the lower landing with his back across the angle of a step, and there he stopped. Theon Greyjoy was on him in 3 breaths. Theon's arms were around the boy before the dust of the fall had left the air. He was shouting. He was not shouting words. He was making the long throat-deep sound an islander made when a small boy of his house was in the sea. The 2 cousin castles who had been at the bell ringing at the top of the inner courtyard were at the door of the tower in another 2 breaths. One of them ran for the maester. The other knelt. Theon was already moving Bran's small body, and the cousin caught his wrist. Don't move him, my lord. Don't. Maester. Maester first. He is alive, Beric. He is alive, look, he is alive. He will be alive in 5 minutes whether you move him or not, my lord. Maester first. Theon's hands came back. He did not move the boy. He laid himself down in the dust beside Bran with his ear close to Bran's mouth so that he could feel the small warm breath against the hair of his cheek, and he stayed like that, breathing with the boy, until the maester came running. Ned was in the long hall when the steward came in white-faced and shaking and made his report. He stood. He went without a word at a full run. He did not run often. He ran now. He came into the bell tower at a speed that would have shamed his joints in any other hour, and he came down beside his son, and he laid his hand on his son's chest, and the chest was rising. The chest was rising. He took the smallest of breaths himself. Maester. My lord. He has broken his back, I think. I cannot say more without moving him. The break is high, between the shoulders. He has not lost his breath. He is alive. We will need the litter, and we will need to lift him together, all of us, with no one moving more than half a hand. Where is the Lady Catelyn? I sent for her before I came here. She will come. Maester. Tell me, before she comes. Will he live? My lord. Will he live? I cannot, Maester. Will he live? Maester Luwin, who had been at Winterfell longer than 3 of the children, lifted his face and met Eddard Stark's eyes, the way no man else in the keep would have been allowed to. My lord, I will give him every art I have. I do not know. I will know in 3 days. 3 days, then. My lord. Howland. The Lord of Greywater had come up at Ned's heels without Ned's noticing him. He came forward now and laid his small dark hand briefly on Bran's bare wrist where it lay open to the cold flagstone. He was very still a moment. He closed his eyes. Ned. He is alive. I can tell that he is alive. There is a thread in him. Howland, you frighten me. Then I will not say more before the lady your wife comes. He stepped back. He stood with his hands folded behind his back, and his eyes did not leave the boy's still face. It was the longest carry of Eddard Stark's life. They moved Bran on a long pine litter through the inner ward and up the stairs of the great keep and into the Lord's bed, because the Lord's bed was the warmest in the keep and would need to stay warm for a long time. They put a feather bed under him. They laid the heaviest furs they had over him. The maester brought the irons that had warmed the bed in spring, and the kitchens brought hot broth in a stone bowl, and the boys of the kennels brought up Summer to lie at the foot of the bed because Summer would not be denied his boy. Catelyn came. She did not weep. She knelt at the side of the bed. She took up Bran's hand. She held it. She did not let it go. The first day, the boy did not stir. The second day, he did not stir. On the second night, the wind got up. The maester came every hour with his small bag of little instruments and lifted an eyelid and laid his ear to the chest and laid his palm against the brow. My lord. The break is high. He is breathing on his own. That is more than I had hoped. The legs do not move. I cannot say yet whether they will not move ever, or whether they are only sleeping. You will tell us when you know. My lord. On the third night, late, Howland Reed knocked once and entered. He carried a small bowl and a green sprig in his hand, and a thin rolled parchment under his arm. Catelyn looked up. She was tired. She was tired in the way only mothers who have not slept were tired, where a woman went past being tired and simply continued. My lady. I would speak. Speak, Howland. You are a friend in this house. My lady. I would speak of a thing your son may need to hear. He cannot hear, Howland. He can. He has not waked. He is not far from himself. The far-off place he is in now, the children of the watch have a name for it, and it is a green name. He is not lost. He is listening. Ned closed his eyes. He opened them. Tell us. Bran has the green sight. I have known it since he was 4, when he came to me at Greywater Watch with his mother, and I gave him a cup of mossy water to drink, and he gave the cup back to me and told me there was a frog in it because the frog had told him so. Your maester and I have not spoken of this between us. Your maester does not believe in such things and is wise not to. I do believe in such things. They are old. They are hard. They do not always come well to a child. Howland. Ned. I am not telling you a thing to make you afraid. I am telling you because I would have you understand that when the boy wakes, and he will wake into a dream that is not the dream most boys wake into. He will dream of his wolf. He will dream of the heart tree. He will dream of an old man with 3 eyes. He will be afraid. He will not be the boy he was. That is not a thing for you to mourn. That is a thing for you to learn. You are saying he will be a warg, my lord. He will be a green seer. He may be both. He will need teachers. He will need patience. He will need his father at the gate of his keep when the world tries to come for him, the way his father's father had no one at his gate. We are talking, my lord, about what happens after he wakes. Hold him. Wait for him. He will wake. Catelyn's hand had not let go of Bran's. She was crying now, quietly, the kind of crying that did not stop the listening. Howland Reed laid the green sprig on the boy's chest. It was a thin spray of weirwood leaves, wet and red. He laid the bowl beside the bed. He bowed to them both. I will be in your God's wood until he wakes. Howland, my lady. Do not thank me. Pray instead. He went out. Theon Greyjoy did not leave the door of the bedchamber for 2 days. He sat with his back against the wall of the corridor outside it. Robb came down to him 3 times in the first day, the second time with a blanket and the third time with a heel of bread, and the third time he sat down beside Theon and they did not speak for an hour. It is not your doing, Theon. I told him the bell tower was sound. It was sound enough. It was not. Robb. Hush. He fell because the mortar gave. The mortar was old. You did not lay the mortar. You did not climb the bell tower. He climbed the bell tower because he is a boy who climbs every tower in this keep, and you held the rope at the bottom because, Theon, listen, because if you had not held the rope at the bottom, my brother would have climbed it without anyone holding any rope at all, and we would not be sitting here. We would be at his grave. Robb, I will not hear it, brother. Theon turned his face away. Robb left his hand on Theon's shoulder a long while. After a time Theon said, very low, your father is going to send me back to the Iron Islands. He is not. He is. He will. He should. I have failed Theon. He is not. He is not going to send you anywhere. Stop. The door of the bedchamber opened. Ned came out into the corridor with the look of a man who had just woken from no sleep, and saw the 2 of them on the floor against the wall, and for a moment his face was unreadable. Robb stood. Theon did not. Theon could not seem to stand. Theon. My lord. On your feet, son. He came down on one knee himself, in the cold corridor, and put his great hand under Theon's arm and lifted him onto his feet by the elbow as he had lifted his own son onto his feet when his own son had fallen as a small child. He did not let go of the elbow. He turned Theon, gently, to face him. Listen to me, son. I want you to hear me. The boy fell because the mortar of the bell tower gave. The mortar gave because no man has pointed it in 80 years. The man whose duty it was to point it is dead. You held the rope at the foot. You came up the stair to him in 3 breaths. You did not move him. You laid your face beside his face and breathed with him. Theon. You did everything I would have asked you to do had I been there to ask. You have not failed this house. You have not failed me. Look at me. The boy looked. He had Iron Islander's eyes, dark and stormy, and the eyes were wet and angry at being wet. You are not going home to Pike. You are going to bed. Robb is going to take you. You will eat the supper that my lady wife is going to send you. You will sleep the sleep my lady wife will pour into your wine. And tomorrow at the practice yard you will be at the Pell at dawn, with my son, the way you have been every day since you were 13. Do you hear me? I, my lord. Theon. My lord. You are not your father. You will never be your father. Do you hear me? The boy's mouth went, and went again, and at last he made a sound. I, my lord. Good lad. He let go of the boy's elbow. He nodded once at Robb. Robb took Theon by the shoulder and turned him away down the corridor, and the two of them went, and Ned watched until they had turned the corner. Then he leaned his own forehead against the cold stone of the wall for a long breath. Then he opened the door of the bedchamber and went back inside. Catelyn had not moved from her chair by the bed. She had not slept either. She had not let him sleep. He had not asked her to. They had taken their watches together in the chair, the way the watch of an old keep was taken in winter, in the long careful way a watch was kept on a thing that mattered. Maester Luwin had brought her broth. She had not drunk it. She had let it cool on the small table by the bed. Now Ned took it up himself and brought it to her, and held the cup, and said nothing until at last she lifted it from his hand and drank. Theon. He is going to bed. He has not slept either. No. You were kind to him. He is my son too, Cat. I have been slow to see it. I am not slow to see it now. She nodded. She set the cup down. She put her hand in his. Howland says Bran will wake. Howland says many things. He has been right at the count of about 4 out of 5 over our lives. Then he will be right this once. He will be right this once. She rested her head against his shoulder. The boy in the bed breathed on, small and steady. The wolf at the foot of the bed breathed on with him. The night went down past midnight and into the slow grey-blue hour before dawn. They did not sleep. They watched. Bran woke on the morning of the 5th day. He woke in the way a man comes up out of a deep cold lake. He woke shaking, with his eyes wide, with his throat working as if he had to remember how to use it. His mother was beside him. His father was in the chair by the bed, with his hand on his son's small calf above the furs, and his father had not slept properly in 5 days, and his face was the face of a man who had been at the heart tree 4 times since dawn. Mother. Bran. Oh, Bran. My love. Do not move. Do not move yet. I cannot, mother, my legs are not. Hush, my love, hush, your father is here. Do not. The boy looked at his mother. He looked at his father. He looked, in the way a child looks who is about to ask a thing larger than him, between the two of them and at the high carved ceiling of the Lord's bedchamber. Father, he said, I dreamt of a 3-eyed raven. He told me to fly. I told him I did not have wings. He told me to fly. Ned's hand came up. He laid it on his son's brow. The brow was warm. The boy's eyes were open and very black. Behind them, somewhere far back, there was a glint, a little dark glint of something that had not been there before the fall. I will teach you to fly, my son, Ned said, and his voice did not break though it tried. We will teach you together. Howland is here. Maester Luwin is here. Your mother is here. Your wolf is here. We are all here. You are not alone, Bran. You will not be alone. Father, my legs, I know. Father, I do not know if I can, I know. We do not have to know it today. Today we have to drink broth. Today we have to sleep when we can. Today we have to feel the hand of your wolf on your foot. He is here. Look at him. Open your eyes. There. Look at him. He has been here all 5 days. He has not eaten more than what your mother has put into his mouth from her own hand. Look. Bran. Look. The boy looked. Summer was at the foot of the bed, his great young head laid across Bran's leg above the fur, his red-gold eyes fixed on the boy's face. The boys gave a thin sharp breath, that the room could hear, and the boy, who had not moved any limb of his own since the fall, lifted one small thin hand and reached down, and laid it on the wolf's broad head. The wolf closed its eyes. In the wolf's closed eyes the boy fell, far back, and he saw, for the smallest of moments, for less than a heartbeat, the inside of the courtyard at Winterfell as it looked from a height the boy could not have climbed to, with the snow on the keep stones and the breath of the kitchen women rising like small flags from the bakehouse door, and a single dark green sprig of weirwood leaves that someone had laid on the broken stone of the bell tower's outer wall, 2 days ago, and that he had not, until that moment, known had been laid. He came back into himself. He was crying. His mother thought he was crying because he was awake. His father thought he was crying because he could not feel his legs. Howland Reed, who had come into the doorway of the bedchamber at the exact moment of the boy's first sound, knew that he was crying because for the smallest of moments he had seen. "Welcome back, Brandon Stark," said the Lord of Greywater, very quietly, from the door. Bran turned his head. He saw the small dark man at the doorway, and his eyes, swimming, found him. "Were you the raven?" the boy asked. "No, my lord. I am only a friend of your father's. I am here to help you. Help me, fly. In time. In time." The boy closed his eyes. He let his head fall back. His small hand stayed on the wolf's head. Summer made a long low sound that was not a growl and was not a whine, and that was the first sound the kennel master would say later that he had heard a dire wolf make in all the years he had been at Winterfell. The bedchamber was warm. The bedchamber was full of people who loved the boy in the bed. Outside the windows of the Lord's bedchamber the snow had begun to fall again, small and quiet, as if the world had drawn a curtain to give the family inside the room a little space. Far to the south, in a tower that smelled of beeswax and silver polish, a queen was folding a linen napkin into the shape of a swan. Far to the north, on the wall, a young man was riding up the King's Road with his uncle, sworn to a brotherhood that did not yet know it would soon need every brother it could muster. In a green stone keep half lost in the marshes of the Neck, an old man named Howland Reed had come out into the snow under Winterfell's heart tree and laid both his palms against the bark of the white face, and was speaking to no one in a language that was older than the wolves of the Stark house and that the wolves remembered. The world was changing. Eddard Stark sat by his son's bed, with his wife's hand in his, and watched the small chest of his second son rise and fall, and thought, "He is alive. We have saved one. There will be more saving needed. We will save them too." Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The wolves wooed. The bannermen began arriving at Winterfell in the middle of the second moon, and Great John Umber came in first because Great John Umber had been waiting his entire life for someone to ask him to ride somewhere with 800 horse and a column of foot. He came up the King's Road at the head of a riding that filled the road from one ditch to the other. He had a black bear's pelt across his shoulders, and a bare fist of iron hammered into the front of his gambeson where another man might have worn his arms, and his beard had been wetted with melted snow on the ride and had frozen into a shape that resembled the prow of a ship. He came through the south gate at full bellow, with his sons 2 steps behind him, and the first thing he did inside the inner ward of Winterfell was not to greet his lord but to take the cloak from his back and lay it across the shoulders of the smallest stable boy who had come out to take his horse. "You'll catch your death, lad. Here. There. There's a man under that. Now where is the Stark?" "My lord," Ned said, coming down the steps of the keep with a small smile he had been trying not to wear all morning. "You are very welcome. By the 7 and the 7 again, Stark, the road is in a state. I will have words with the King's Road keeper, when next I see one. There is a tree fallen across the King's Road at the second river, of the size of a small castle, and we lost 3 hours hauling it out, which is 3 hours of my life I am owed. Greetings, my lord. You look thin. Your wife does not feed you. My wife feeds me very well. I am sorry for the tree. You will be sorrier when you climb up on it tomorrow with me and we count its rings. Ned. The king has gone south. Aye. And you have not gone with him. Aye. The great John stopped a moment in the snow. He looked at Ned. He had eyes the color of a clear day's ice, and he laid one of his enormous hands on Ned's shoulder, very gently for a man with such a hand, and he said in a voice that was, for the first time since he had ridden through the gate, quiet, "Then it is true." Good. Aye, my lord. There were men on the road who did not want to believe it, Stark. There were men in my own hall who did not want to believe it. There was a Southern-born Septa at last hearth who told me she would lose her place if I rode for you. I told her she would lose her place quicker if she did not begin packing. She is on the King's Road south by now, with a last hearth escort, walking the long way back to her order, which I do not believe she will reach. Stark. My lord. You have my hand, and you have my axe, and you have every man in my hall down to the herder boys. Tell me what we are here for, and we are here for it. Where is your lady wife? Where is your boy? I am told the boy fell. Is he living? Tell me he is living. He is living. He is in the great keep. He cannot walk yet. We do not know if he ever will. He is awake, and he is eating, and he has held my hand at his bed 3 days running, and he has asked after his uncle Great John by name, and he has asked you not to wake him by shouting in the inner ward, but he is glad you are coming. Did he say it like that? He said it almost like that. He is a Stark. They are all Starks. Take me to him, Ned. I will not shout. I will hold you to it. You will hold me to nothing. I will shout. But I will shout in a whisper. Ned did not laugh. He had not been laughing much in those days. He laid his hand briefly across the Great John's wrist as he led him up the keep stairs, and he was glad the Great John was the first lord through the gate, because the Great John was the kind of lord whose example was contagious in the north, and by sundown of that day Ned would need contagion of exactly that kind. By sundown the Karstarks had come, and a contingent from Bear Island under a niece of Lady Meage whose name was Daisy Mormont and who wore mail under her surcoat and a long iron mace strapped behind her saddle, and the Glovers from Deepwood, and Lord Serwyn with 3 half-grown sons. The next day the Hornwoods arrived. The third day the Mandaleys came up from White Harbor in 7 barges down the coastal river road and then by horse for the last 20 leagues, with Lord Wyman so fat he could not mount his horse and so was carried up to the keep on a great litter borne by 6 men of his guard, and with his colour so good and his laugh so loud that not one of the men carrying the litter complained. By the end of the week the inner yard of Winterfell was filled with horses and men and snow and noise and the breath of every northern lord and every northern lord's escort, and the kitchen was running 3 shifts, and Catelyn had not slept 4 hours in any of them. Syrio Farrell arrived 2 nights after the Mandaleys, alone, on a small grey palfrey, in a black cloak that was too thin for the cold and a pair of new wool stockings that he had bought for himself in White Harbor and was wearing both pairs of at once because he had not believed any of the warnings about the weather. He came in past the south gate without escort, with a single canvas bag over his shoulder and a long thin bundle in oiled leather across his back, and he gave the gate watch his name and the name of the man he had come to see, and the gate watch sent a runner to the keep, and Ned met him at the steps of the great hall with a wolfskin on his arm to throw across the man's shoulders. Lord Stark, the Braavosi said. He had a small dry brown face, with a brush of grey at the temple where the hair had not retreated, and the kind of mouth that looked as if it had perhaps once smiled at a king and the king had never forgotten it. Yes. Yes. The cold is what they tell of and worse. I have your fee. I have your wool stockings. I do not have my breath. Where is the small one? My daughter. She is with her mother. Bring her, please. Bring her now. I am tired and I would meet her tonight. Tomorrow I will be charming. Tonight I will be honest. Ned sent a steward. Arya came across the inner ward at a run. She had been told 3 days ago what was coming and had not slept much of the 3 days for thinking about it, and she had come into the great hall at the run with her cloak open and her hair loose and her short brown braid tied with a green ribbon Sansa had given her that morning, the way Sansa gave her sister ribbons when something hard was happening, in the small wordless way of older sisters. She stopped 2 paces from the Braavosi and looked up. He was a small man. He was, in fact, only a hand taller than she was. She had not expected him to be small. "You are Arya Stark," he said. "I am. They tell me you fight with the kennel boys." "I do not deny it. There is a kennel boy still at the south gate, just now, with a black eye and a bruised pride, who tells me I should not be afraid of you because you only hit small men. He is not a small man. He is a big man. He was lying about it. He was protecting your honor. He has a good heart. I will take note of him for the future." Arya did not know whether to laugh. Ned watched her face. She glanced up at her father, and away, and back at the Braavosi. "Are you my dancing master?" "I am your dancing master." "Will you teach me to fight?" "I will teach you to dance." The fighting follows. Many things follow, when the dancing is taught well. My mother says I am to dance with my sister too. "Your sister will not last," Syrio Farrell said, with a small grin. "But I will teach her some, and she will teach herself some, and what she keeps will be hers, and what she gives back will not have hurt her. That is the way I teach. Hold out your hand." Arya held out her hand. "Other hand." She held out the other. "This hand." "The right." "Yes." "Good. Now point at me with it." "With the finger only." "Like that." "No, not like that. Not like a child pointing at a sweet. Like a captain pointing at a sail." "Good. There. That is your starting place. We begin there tomorrow. Tonight I will eat your father's stew and warm myself by your fire. Tomorrow, at dawn." "Dawn?" Arya said. "Dawn. The sun rises whether one rises with it or not. The water dances do not wait for kings. Will you be there?" "Yes." "Then we will dance." He bowed. He had a bow that he had clearly learned from a man who had spent a decade teaching young sea lords to bow, and Arya watched it as if she had never seen one done before, which, in some sense, she had not. When he straightened, he turned to Ned and inclined his head a small fraction, the courtesy of a guest to a host of higher rank, with no servility in it. Ned liked him at once. He was the kind of small clever man Howland Reed would have liked too, and Howland was the man whose tastes in such things Ned had learned to trust. "My lord," Syrio said. "Where is the kitchen?" "3 doors down, on your right." "The kennels?" "On the left, on the way." "The gods would." "East of the great keep, through the small gate." "Good. I will not get lost. I do not get lost twice in a place. I get lost once." He went. The wolfskin trailed from his shoulder. Arya stood at her father's elbow with her right index finger still half-pointed, as if she had been told to keep it that way and had not yet been told to put it down. "Father." "I." "Father." "He is, I." "Father, he is, I, child." "I." She did not have words. Ned put his hand on the back of her neck. He let her come against him. She was small, his second daughter. She would not be small for much longer. He had bought her a chance. He would buy her many. The next morning the inner ward of Winterfell held a court of war. The lords of the north sat or stood on benches and stools in the long hall, and on the steps of the dais, and along the wall, and 1 or 2 of them sat on the floor near the hearth with their dogs at their boots, and Ned Stark stood at the head of the long room with Catelyn at his left and Robb at his right and a great roll of parchment on the table between them. Howland Reed was at the side of the dais, half hidden in the shadow of a column, in his moss-green cloak. Maester Luwin was at the table with the parchment. The Great John was on his feet because he could not be made to sit at any council ever held. Lord Manderley was on a great oaken bench reinforced for him. "My lords," Ned said. The hall went quiet. "I have called this muster for 3 reasons. The first is that I have not held a muster since we were young, some of us, and some of us were not yet born. The second is that I would have you see one another, and your sons see one another, and a few promises be made between the houses of the north that have not yet been made. The third is the king," Great John Umber said, from across the hall. "I, John Umber. The third is the king." A long quiet ran the hall. Somewhere in the kitchen a copper pot was struck for the noon bell, and the sound carried even through the hall doors. You all know what passed in this very keep at midwinter. You know I refused the king's offer of the hand. I will not give a long speech about why I refused. I have given the reasons to the king. I will give one of the reasons to you. John Arryn was poisoned. I have it from a source I will not name to this hall. John Arryn was poisoned by a hand that is in the king's own court. I would not bring my children to that court. I would not take myself from this court. I will not be the king's hand. A second longer quiet ran. I have not refused the king. I have not refused the king's peace. I will keep the king's peace north of the neck as I have kept it for 9 years and as my house has kept it for 8,000. I will keep it whether or not the king's court is friendly to me or to mine. I will keep it whether or not other men in other houses have other plans. I will keep it. I will hold the wall, I will hold the granaries, I will hold the mountain clans, I will hold White Harbor, I will hold the road to the neck, I will hold the seas to the west. I will hold every yard of the north. The Great John banged his fist on the bench beside him, not loud, but to mark a thing. Lord Karstark nodded, slowly, his long beard moving against his chest. Lord Manderley said nothing, but his small bright eyes did not leave Ned's face. Lord Glover, who had been clerk-trained as a boy and was the kind of northern lord who counted before he shouted, lifted his hand. "My lord. May I? My lord of Glover. You said other men in other houses with other plans. May I ask the names? You may ask. I will not give them today. I will give them when I know them. I have written to Stannis Baratheon. I have written to Renly. I have written to Lisa Arryn. I have not written to the Queen's father, because I do not write to lions. I have written to John Connington's old friends, and to Gulltown, and to Sunspear, and to Maidenpool, and I have written to the wall. I am gathering ravens. When the ravens come back, I will give names. And until then? Until then, my lord, you will bring your strength up to muster. You will lay in your granaries for 3 winters, not 1. You will see your men at arms and your boys with bows. You will fix your stone. You will sharpen your steel. You will tell me what you have, and I will know it, and you will know what you have, and you will be ready. Lord Manderley. My lord. You will lay 6 new keels at White Harbor under the Warden's gold. I have given you the order. You will lay them. You will lay them by midsummer. You will lay them with the right I have sent you and the steel I will send you, and you will lay them well. The North has not had a fleet in 100 years. We will have one. My lord, I have wanted such an order for 30 years. Then wait no longer. Do it. I, my lord. Lord Karstark. My lord. You will see to it that the eastern road from your keep to the last river runs clear in any weather. I will pay for the runners. I will pay for the relays. I want a raven from the wall in my hand inside 3 days, by air or by horse, in any season, in any weather. Mance Rayder is gathering at the foot of the Frostfangs. Mance Rayder will come south within 5 years. We will be ready for him before he is ready for us. Lord Karstark inclined his head. He had liked Ned since they had been boys, and he had liked him better as Ned had grown into himself, and he liked him now best of all. Great John. Your sons. Your nephews. Your wards. I would have you bring me 10 of the best, by the fall of the year. I will keep them at Winterfell 3 moons, in a school I am building under Maester Luwin and Ser Roderick. They will read, and they will write, and they will fight, and they will tally a granary, and they will draft a letter to a southern lord without insulting him. They will come home to you knowing how to be the men your house will need them to be when the south comes north. Done. I will send 12. 2 of them are women. Bring them. The Greyjohn's face did the thing it did when he was about to laugh and stop himself, the beard jerked. Done. Lord Manderley. Your second son. Wendell will come, my lord. Lord Serwyn. My eldest, my lord. Lord Glover. Robet. Lady Mormont. Mege Mormont, who had not spoken a word until that moment, stood up at the end of her bench and gave the small graceless nod of a woman who had been raising her own daughters in male since she had been a girl. My second daughter, my lord. Alysanne is the right age. She will come. She wishes to. You will all come. We will school all your children as you school yours, and we will send them home as the next age of the north. There was a small noise that was not quite a cheer and not quite a hum, and it ran along the hall and left it. My lords, Ned said. We will eat. We will drink. We will speak of small things. Tomorrow we will begin the muster on the practice fields. Tonight we are at the table together. I thank you for coming. He sat. The hall stood, slowly, and broke into smaller groups, and within a quarter of an hour the long hall was full of the noise it had been built to hold. Catelyn put her hand on his under the table. He turned his palm up and took her fingers between his own, the way he had taken her fingers as a young man on the first night of their bedding when he had not quite known what to say to her. My lord husband. My lady wife. You have set us a great work. Will we do it? We will do it. You sound like Rob. Rob sounds like me. My lord, may I sit a moment? You are sitting. May I sit a moment longer than the moment I was going to sit? You may sit until the kitchen runs out of bread. Then I will sit a long time. She laid her head against his shoulder, very briefly, and then she took it away again because the hall was still full of lords and a Tully would not weep in front of strangers, and Ned watched her square her shoulders and turn back to her work and thought, again, that he had married a woman who would have made a good king if the gods had given the world any sense about who was given a kingdom. In the days of the muster, in between the small councils and the quiet meals and the long open afternoons of Ned's bannermen riding their horses on the practice fields outside the south wall, the children of Winterfell found their own work. Sansa Stark walked in the God's Wood with Theon Greyjoy. It was not the first time. They had walked there on 3 previous afternoons, in the open part of the wood near the stair, where the trees parted onto the small frozen pond and the heart tree looked over the path like a watchful old aunt. Theon had been on his best courtesy on each walk, the kind of courtesy he had not used at the high table the night the king had come, and Sansa had been on hers, and the two of them had spoken about the weather and about the songs Septa Mordane had taught Sansa as a child and about the iron crab fishery at Old Wyke that Theon's people had run since before the Sound at Pike had been salty. On the 4th afternoon they did not speak about any of those things. I have been thinking, Sansa said. It is your usual condition. I had noticed it. Theon. My lady. I have been thinking about you. He stopped walking. He turned his face. He looked at her with the expression of a man who had been preparing a glib reply since before he had been born and had at this moment forgotten how to find his own mouth. Lady Sansa. Hush. Let me finish. I have been thinking about you, and what my mother said to me about you, and what my lord father has not said to me about you, and what my brother Rob has said to me about you, which is many things and most of them rude. And I have been thinking about you. I have been thinking that you laugh too loud. I have been thinking that you ride your horse too hard. I have been thinking that you wear your cloak open when it is too cold to wear it open, and that you say things at table that are intended to make my brother laugh and that make me laugh more often than I would like. I have been thinking that I do not know if you are a kind man yet. You are sometimes a kind man. You are sometimes not a kind man. I have been thinking that if you are going to spend the next year being thought of by me, I would have you decide, without rushing, which of the two you mean to be. Theon did not speak for a long while. Sansa, my lady, please. My lady. You are 13. I know my own age, Theon, and the number of moons until I am of an age to be asked. We are not asking, today. We are walking. And I am telling you, today, that I have been thinking. That is all I am telling you. There is no question for you. You have a year. A year is a long time. My mother has told me a year is long enough to learn a thing. I would have you spend a year learning whether you are the kind of man who laughs too loud and rides too hard, or the kind of man my father trusts at the gate of his keep when his wife is not watching. I am told you may be either. I would have you decide. He had stopped walking. He stood with one boot in the snow and one on the stone path. His mouth was open. He closed it. Lady Sansa. And one more thing. My lady. You will not tell my lord brother that we have walked here. He will laugh at you. He will laugh at me. I do not wish to be laughed at, today. I will not tell. You will not tell anyone. I will not tell anyone. And the next time we walk in the God's wood, you will tell me a story. Not a song. My mother says we have run out of songs in this house. You will tell me a story. Of a thing you have seen at sea, perhaps, or a thing your father told you that I should know about Pike. A story. I will listen. She turned. She walked away from him along the snow-cleared path under the red leaves. He stood a long while where she had left him. The cold leaked in through his cloak and his boots. He did not feel it at first. When at last he felt it, he turned and walked the other way, and a watchman on the inner wall, who had been watching the exchange from far off because he was a watchman and watchman watch, leaned across to his fellow and said, "That Greyjoy boy. He just got a thing put on him by a small woman. Aye. He will be a better man for it, or he will be a worse man for it. By the gods, I cannot tell which yet." In the practice yard at dawn the same week, Arya Stark was learning the first form. She was bareheaded in the cold. Her hair was tied back. She wore a short woolen tunic and breeches and the soft slippers Syrio had brought from Pentos, which were too thin for the snow but would be warmer once she was moving. He had told her not to wear her cloak. He had told her she would get warm before she got cold. He was right. The first form, he said, walking around her, is not a strike. It is the place from which a strike begins. You are a stone in a river. A river has many shapes. A stone has one. The stone is below. The river goes around it. It does not move. It does not move. It does not move. Show me. Like this? Like that? No. Not like that. Like that. Now do not move. Now do not move. Now do not move. For how long, Syrio? Until the river goes around you, child. There is no river. Imagine a river. All right. She stood. She did not move. Her right foot was forward, with the slim wooden practice blade pointed at the throat of an imaginary man, and her left foot was back. Her weight was on the back foot. Her hand was loose. Her shoulders were not lifted. She held the form. He walked around her. He pushed her once, gently, on the shoulder. She moved a quarter step. He pushed her again. She moved a quarter step. He pushed her a third time. She did not move. He stopped. There, he said. Yes. There. The third time. You are a stone. I moved the first two. You moved the first two because you did not yet know that not moving was a thing one did. Now you know. Now you will be a stone. Now we begin. Step. Now back. Now forward. Now turn. Now stop. Now do not move. Now strike. Strike at this. At my finger. There. Yes. Strike again. Yes. Strike again. Strike again. Yes. Now stop. Now do not move. Now drink water. She drank water. He watched her. Tell me a thing, Arya Stark. Yes. What do you see? You. I see you. What else? The yard. The wall. The kennels. There is a kennel boy looking at us through the window. 2 kennel boys. What else? My brother Bran. He is in his window. He has been in his window every morning since you came. He watches us. What else? The crows. What of the crows? There are 6 of them. On the south wall. They have been there every morning since you came. They are watching. Good. Is that part of the dance? All of it is the dance. The crows are the dance. The kennel boy is the dance. Your brother in the window is the dance. The river is the dance. You are not the dance. You are a stone. The dance is what goes around the stone. You watch. You watch all of it. You watch, and you do not move, and you do not move, and you do not move, and then you move very fast, and then you do not move again. That is the dance. We will be at it a year. Then we will be at it another year. Then we will be at it another year. Are you in a hurry? No. Good. Drink more water. I am told it is dangerous to be thirsty in your country. Have you been to my country, Syrio? I am in your country, child. I mean, have you been farther than this? Once. Long ago. There was a girl. Yes. You will hear it later. Tonight I will eat your father's stew. I will not speak of it. Drink water. Begin the form. She began the form. She did not move when he pushed her. He did not push her hard. The kennel boys at the window watched. The crows on the south wall watched. The boy in the window of the great keep watched, and behind his eyes another set of eyes watched, the eyes of a young dire wolf that had come up onto the boy's bed and laid its head across the boy's small leg, and the bed and the boy and the wolf and the eyes were all watching in a long quiet single way that Arya did not know about and that she would not know about for a long time, but that her father, walking past the practice yard on his way to the long hall at exactly that moment, glanced up at the window and nodded to. In the Lord's bedchamber at the same hour, Bran Stark was learning a different form. Howland Reed had taken the chair by the window, the one Catelyn had sat in for the first 3 days of the boy's recovery, and he had sat in it every morning since with a small green leaf in his hand and a small dry brown patience in his eyes, and the boy in the bed had been speaking to him in the low quiet voice of a child who had begun to suspect that the world had more rooms in it than he had been told. There is a man, Howland. In the trees. He is not a man. He is a man. He has roots, Bran. He has roots. They are coming out of his legs. He is not afraid. The roots are not, they are kindly. He is not afraid because the trees are not afraid. He is among friends. Tell me what he is doing. He is reading. He is reading a thing that is, Howland, he is reading us. He is reading us. He is reading me. He is reading all of us. He has been reading us for many years. He is not a man who reads quickly. He has time. He reads each of us at the speed we are written. Bran lay on the pillows with his eyes closed. His mother had done his hair that morning. She was at the door now, listening. Ned was at the window seat. Howland was in the chair. Summer was at the foot of the bed. I want to fly, Howland. Not yet. You said in time. In time. Today we will swim instead. There is. Close your eyes. Yes. Now. Summer is at your foot. Yes. Put your hand down. Good. Now, and this is the small slow careful step, Bran Stark, now put your eyes, very gently, behind his eyes. Not into them. Behind them. As one steps behind a curtain. The curtain does not move. The room does not change. You are only in a different place from which to look. Yes. Yes. Now. Bran's body did not move. His face went still. His eyelids fluttered, once, like a man dreaming. Summer at the foot of the bed lifted his great young head, slowly, and turned his red-gold eyes toward the window. They had been brown a moment earlier, the kennel master would have said, if he had been there to say it. They were very gold now. Howland Reed laid the green leaf in the bed beside Bran's hand. He is in the wolf, he said, very softly. Catelyn. Look at him. Catelyn came forward. She did not touch the boy. She did not touch the wolf. She knelt at the side of the bed. Where is he, Howland? He is at the south wall. He is watching his sister. He is watching the crows. Through the wolf's eyes he can see all of them, all the time, without turning his head. He is, cat, he is breathing in a place where his legs are still his. She did not weep. She made the small sound she had made when she had first held this boy as a babe. Ned came across the room. He laid his hand on her shoulder. He laid his other hand on his son's small chest. Bran. Father. The boy's voice was very far away. Father, the crows are leaving. They have seen the dance. They have seen Arya. They have flown. Where to, son? South. They are going south. The trees have asked them to go south. Son. Father, Father, there is a raven in the rookery from Stannis Baratheon. It is very small. It is dark. It will arrive in 3 turns of the glass. Father, son. Father, the raven says that the king's children are not the king's children. A great quiet ran the bedchamber. Howland Reed did not move. Catelyn lifted her face and looked, very slowly, at her husband. Ned closed his eyes. He opened them. Son. We had heard a thing of the kind. We will read the raven when it comes. We will not, Bran. Listen. You will not speak of this to your sisters. You will not speak of this to your brothers. You will not speak of this to me unless I ask. The trees told you. The trees told me too, in their slow way. We will not say to anyone what the trees have told us until we have read the raven from the south. Do you understand? Father. Bran. Bring yourself back. The boy's eyes fluttered. The wolf at the foot of the bed lowered its head. The gold went slowly back to brown, the way the color of a slow river returns when a fast cloud has passed. The boy opened his eyes and looked at his father. He was crying again. He was not afraid. He was crying because he had been somewhere else and had come back to a body that did not move from the waist down, and the relief of the going and the grief of the coming back were the 2 halves of one thing. Ned took his hand. He held it. He did not let go. The raven from Stannis Baratheon arrived in 3 turns of the glass. It was a small bird, dark, and the message it carried was a small parchment wrapped twice in waxed cloth and sealed with the crowned stag. Maester Luwin brought it to Ned at the chair by Bran's bed. Ned read it. He read it again. He folded it. He laid it on his knee. He looked at his wife. Cat. My lord. Stannis says the Queen's children are not Robert's. He says he has it from Jon Arryn before he died. He says he has fled to Dragonstone. He says he asks nothing of me. He says I should know. And we knew. We knew. The trees know. Howland knew. We knew. What will you do? I will not write back today. I will write back in 3 days. I will not write back as Stannis's man. I will write back as a friend who has heard him. Stannis is not a friend, my lord. He is the man who is the heir. We will not tell him so. We will let him tell himself so. We will write him kindly. We will let him know we have a force at the muster. We will not name the force. He will assume the force. He will be careful. We will be careful. The world will turn one season at a time. Howland Reed at the door said, very quietly, and the king. The king is in his cups. The king will hear the rumor before the year is out. The king will not believe it. The king will rage. The king will go hunting. The king will die hunting, if I read the queen aright. We will be ready when the king dies. We will not be the cause of his dying. We will not move first. We will move second. We will move when we have to move, and then we will move with the whole strength of the north behind us. Catelyn drew breath. She let it out. Then it is going to come. It is going to come, Cat. Soon. Within the year. 2 at the most. And our children. Our children will be at this keep, alive, with their father at the gate. They will not be in any other keep. They will not be in any tower. They will not be in any wheelhouse. They will be at this keep. We will have weeks to ready them. We have spent these moons readying them. We will go on readying them. She nodded. She closed her eyes. My lord, I thank the old gods we did not go south. I, my lady. I. That night in the long hall of Winterfell, with the bannermen feasting, with Robb Stark at his father's right hand learning to read the room of the lords who would one day be his bannermen, with Theon Greyjoy at the long table watching Sansa Stark from a distance and making no joke at her expense, with Arya Stark sitting with a Braavosi swordmaster who was telling her 3 stories at once in 3 voices, with Bran Stark in the lord's bedchamber dreaming through the eyes of a wolf who lay in the snow outside the south wall, with Jon Snow at his father's permission for the first time at the high table eating with his trueborn brothers and sisters, with Catelyn Stark looking down the long hall at the people she had been given to be the lady of. Eddard Stark stood at the top of the dais. He did not give a speech. He had given his speech that morning. He took up a cup. He raised it. To the north. To the north, the hall answered him, in many voices, in one voice. And to my children, who are at this table tonight. To your children, my lord. He drank. He sat. He did not let go of his wife's hand for the rest of the meal. Outside, in the wood beyond the south wall, 6 crows lifted from a stone and flew south. They flew through a clear sky. They flew over the heart tree. They flew over the keep. They flew over the practice yard, where the snow was still pressed in the pattern of a small girl's mourning forms. They flew on. They were going to a green stone keep in the marshes of the Neck, and from there they would go on. They would carry no message. They were only crows. But behind them, in the eyes of a boy in a bed, an older watcher saw what they saw, and remembered, and stored. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Hand Falls. Spring came late that year, and when it came hard. The thaw broke up the King's Road south of the Twins in 3 places. A bridge at the Green Fork rose 10 feet on the night of the 8th of the 3rd moon and dropped 12 carts of sheep wool into the river in the dark. A rider out of the Stormlands, who had been riding for the south for 3 nights, lost his horse and very nearly lost his rider in the same flood, and came up at the gate of Riverrun half drowned, and was sent on under a guardsman's mercy with a fresh mount and the word that the hand of the king had broken his leg in a fall from his own horse and was taking his ease at the queen's pleasure for an unspecified term. The rider was not bound for Riverrun. He had been bound for Winterfell. He went on. He came up the King's Road in 7 days, with 2 changes of horse on the way, and a small leather case across his shoulder, and at the gate of Winterfell he asked for the master of the keep and was taken to Maester Luwin, and from Maester Luwin to Ned Stark himself in the Lord's Solar. The case held 2 letters. The first was from Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone. The second was from a man Ned had not heard from in a long time, a hedge knight who had once served at the Eyrie under Jon Arryn and who now took his porridge in the kitchens of the Red Keep, where he had been useful to a small list of people for a small handful of years. The hedge knight wrote in the small slow careful hand of a man who had only learned to write at 30. The king is hunting in the Kingswood. The queen has set out the cellar. The boar will come up from the south in 5 days. The hand will hunt with the king. The hand will lose him in the brush. The hand will keep his feet. There will be a hand at the king's wineskin that has not always been there. I am writing under the Lord Hand's name. I am old. I am sorry I waited a year to tell you any of this. The first letter, from Stannis, was as Stannis always was. It was 4 lines long. It said, Lord Stark. Word will reach you in 3 weeks of my brother's death by hunting accident. It will not be an accident. I am writing this letter ahead of the death because I have been told it is to come. Cersei Lannister has bought the wine. Lancel Lannister is to pour. I cannot prove it. I have flown to Dragonstone. I will declare myself when the king has been laid to ground. I will need you, my lord. I would not call you out of the north, but I would have your strength behind mine when I declare. Stannis. Ned read the 2 letters. He read them a second time. He laid them down on the table beside one another. He stood at the long window of his solar a long while. The sun came in low through the window, the clean sharp sun of the first week of spring, and it laid a long bright bar along the parchment, and the parchment in the bar of light looked, for a moment, very small. He sent for Catelyn. He sent for Robb. He sent for Howland Reed. He sent for Ser Roderick. He sent for Maester Luwin. He sent for the great Jon, who had stayed at Winterfell after the muster because he had been bored at his own keep. They came. They sat at the long table. He read the 2 letters aloud. When he had finished, he laid them down. He looked at his wife, and his son, and the small dark man who had been his shadow in his life, and the white-bearded man who had been his sword-arm, and the small careful man who had been his pen, and the great loud man who would be, when needed, his fist. He laid his hands flat on the table. My lords, he said, and my lady wife, and my son. The king will be dead in 5 days, if the letter has been honestly written, and I have no reason to doubt it. We will not save him. My lord, said Robb. Hear me, Robb. We will not save him. We could send a raven to the Kingswood. The raven would not be opened. We could send a rider. The rider would be turned back at the King's Road. We could send a man inside the Queen's household. The man would be drowned in a puddle, like the cousin who poisoned Jon Arryn. The hand on the wine has been in the Queen's house since before the Queen was a queen. We will not save the king. The king has been past saving since the day he made his queen the queen. Then, Robb began. Then we will save what we can save. The king's son will be crowned in King's Landing within the moon. The king's son is not the king's son. Stannis will declare. Renly may declare. Lord Tywin will move an army. Lord Frey will be late, because Lord Frey is always late, but he will be late to a side that is not the Queen's, because Lord Frey hates the Lannisters more than he hates being late. The reach will be split. Dorne will sit. The veil will sit, because the veil is in Lysa's hand and Lysa is in shock. The Riverlands, he looked at Catelyn. The Riverlands are your father's. He will fight for the king's heir, whoever the king's heir is. Whoever Stannis says he is. My father is sick, my lord. I know. He is sick. Edmure will be at the head of his banners. Edmure is a brave fool. He will be in the field within the moon. He will need a wiser hand at his elbow. He will need ours. And the wall, my lord, said Maester Luwin. Aye. And the wall. Jon left a fortnight ago. He will be at Castle Black before the king is in the ground. He will be in Lord Commander Mormont's hall. He will be at his post. We will not pull him from the wall. We will not pull anyone from the wall. The wall is not for our wars. The wall is for the war that comes after our wars. Jon stays. Catelyn closed her eyes. She nodded, slowly. They had argued. They had argued well. She had wanted Jon out of the wall. She had wanted no son of Ned's at the wall in the year a war was coming. She had said it. She had said it 3 nights running. He had refused. She had not held it against him, because she had known, when she had said it the 3rd time, that she had been arguing not against his judgment but against her own old grief, and Ned had not held that against her either. Howland. Aye. Go to your keep. Send word to the houses of the Neck. The Neck will hold. The Neck has held for 6,000 years against everything the South has ever sent up. I will need it to hold this year too. Hold it. I will not pass through. I will pass around. I will go by the Reed Lakes and the Iron Road, the way you and I rode in the Greyjoy years. We will leave the Neck a riddle for any southern army to read, and we will be at the Twins before the riddle is read. Aye, Ned. Great John. Aye. Banners. Every man you can put on a horse, every horse you can put a man on, every wagon you can fill, every bough, every spear, every grain you can carry. 12,000 foot. 3,000 horse. 6,000 bowmen. By the half moon. Last Hearth, Carhold, Hornwood, Serwyn. You will lead them to the Twins. I will meet you there. The Manderley muster will come up by sea, around the Crackclaw. Lord Manderley's keels will be the first into salt pans. We will have a fleet. By the 7, Ned. Aye. By the 7. I will have 10,000 foot for you in 9 days. Bring them in 8. Done. Rob. Father. You are coming with me. The boy did not speak for a long breath. Then he said, Aye. You are 14. You will be 15 by midsummer. You are my son, and you will be at my elbow. I will not lead from a distance. I have been a captain too long to trust the back of an army. I will be at the front of mine. I will need a Stark at the back. I will need Robb Stark at the back. There is no other man I will trust at the back. I, father. Listen to me, Robb. I do not want you to fight before I tell you to fight. I want you to read. To watch. To learn. There will be enough fighting. We do not yet need you to bleed. Promise me you will not bleed before I tell you to. Father, promise me. On your name. On your sword. On your gods. I am asking, Robb. I am not commanding. There is a difference. Promise me. The boy laid his hand flat on the table the way his father had laid his. I promise, father. Good. Cat. My lord. You will hold Winterfell. I know. You will hold it with Maester Luwin and Ser Roderick and a garrison of 2,000 in the castles and our daughters. Bran will be safe with you. Rickon will be safe with you. Sansa will be safe with you. Arya, he paused. Arya will be safe with you. You said it twice, my lord. I said it because I had to say it twice. She will be safe with you. She has Syrio. She has me when I sent her ravens. She will not leave. She has given me her word. Has she? She has. She wished to come. I refused. She broke a clay cup at me, and then she wept, and then she gave me her word. The word is good. It is. And the boys. Bran will see things. Howland is leaving, but he has spoken with Maester Luwin, and Maester Luwin has spoken with 2 old crones who have been at the Wolfswood since before Maester Luwin was born, and those 2 crones will come to my hall for half a moon to teach our second son how to be a stone in a river while the rest of him goes elsewhere. He will be in good hands. He will be in his mother's hands. That is the best hand. He will be all right. And Rickon. Rickon is 6. Rickon will not know we have gone for a year. Rickon will know only that his mother is here. That is enough for a 6-year-old child. We will tell him in time. My lord husband. I, my lady. Come back. I. Promise me. Cat. Promise me. I have not made you promise much in our years. I am asking now. Come back. Come back with our son. Come back with our friend. Come back. He laid his hand on the back of her hand. He did not lift his eyes from her hand. I will come back. Good. Both of us. Better. All of us. Best. In the Kingswood at Trident's End, in a stand of old oaks where the boar had been driven by the Queen's huntsmen for 3 days running, Robert Baratheon sat his big black destrier and grinned through a beard that had a piece of last night's lamb in it, and shouted at his squire to bring the wineskin. The squire was a Lannister cousin. The boy's name was Lancel. He was 16 years old. His face had not yet decided whether to be a man's face or a boy's, and it kept oscillating between the two with the unhappy clumsiness of a boy who was about to do a thing he had been told to do by his older cousin and did not understand was as bad a thing as it was. He brought the skin. Robert took it. He drank. He drank from the wineskin 3 times that morning. He drank from it twice in the afternoon. The boar came at him in the late light, low through the brush, with a tusk as long as a child's forearm, and Robert Baratheon brought down his spear in the way Robert Baratheon brought down a spear in his prime, which was with all of his great body and all of his great rage behind the throw. The spear was true. It went into the boar above the right shoulder. The boar did not stop. The boar tore the spear out of his hand, and tore the king's leg out of his stirrup, and the king came down off the horse not falling but at a leap, and the boar came up under him with the long curved tusk and laid the king open from the hip to the ribs. It was not a small wound. It was not a fatal wound, in the hours of the wound itself. Maesters had seen larger and brought their men back. The king was carried from the Kingswood on a litter of pine boughs by 6 men, with his head in Renly's lap and Renly weeping into his brother's beard, and the column came up out of the wood in the evening at a pace, with the queen's wheelhouse waiting on the road and the queen at the door of it with her hands folded. My lady wife, the king said. My lord husband. You will be all right. Lancel, more wine. The king is in pain. Lancel brought more wine. The king drank. He drank deep. The wine was not strong wine. The wine was strong wine that had been made stronger by a small bottle the queen had been keeping in her cabinet for a year and a quarter, against an occasion. Robert drank it. He had drunk strong wine for 30 years. He could not tell. By the time the maester came up the road from the queen's pavilion, the king was breathing in small thin gasps that the maester heard once and understood. The maester did not say so to the queen. He said only, I will need an hour with him. The queen nodded. She left the pavilion. She walked along the King's Road in the cold spring evening with Lancel 2 paces behind her, and she did not speak to him, and he did not speak to her, and the trees on either side of the King's Road were the trees of the realm she was about to be regent of. By the 3rd hour of the night, the king was dead. Renly was there at the bed. Ser Barristan was there. 3 of the king's guard were there. The queen was there. Lancel had been sent to bed. The maester held the king's hand and counted the king's breath and at last laid the king's hand down on the king's chest. "Your grace." The queen turned. Her face was composed. "Maester. I am sorry. The king is, I." She did not weep. She did not have to. She had practiced for this evening for 15 years, in the dark of her own chamber, and she had practiced not weeping more carefully than she had practiced the small graceful tilt of the head she gave now to Ser Barristan as Ser Barristan came to one knee. "Your grace," Barristan said. "Stand, Ser Barristan. You are too old to kneel for too long. We have work." She turned. She walked out of the king's pavilion with her cloak across her arm. She walked down to her own pavilion. She rang for her maids. She drank a cup of summer wine. She went to bed. She did not sleep until dawn. In the morning, on the King's Road, the column for King's Landing began to form up. Joffrey was crowned 3 days later in the great September of Baelor. He wore a black silk gambeson, because the High Septon had told the queen that the realm should see her son a morning sun, and he wore a small silver crown that Tywin Lannister had ordered from a smith in Lannisport 8 months earlier, against an occasion. The crown was a fine crown. It was placed on the boy king's head by the High Septon with the ceremony that had been done for 200 years. The boy king wept on the steps of the sept, with his mother's hand on his shoulder, and the realm wept with him because the realm did not yet know what it was looking at. Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone, on the same morning, sealed a parchment with a candle and a stone stag signet, and gave it to a master of ravens, and the ravens went out from Dragonstone like a black storm in the high spring sky. They went to every keep that Stannis would name a keep. They went to the Eyrie. They went to Riverrun. They went to Highgarden. They went to Casterly Rock, because Stannis was a man who did not think of his enemies as men one did not write to. They went to Winterfell. The raven to Winterfell came in at sundown of the day after. Maester Luwin opened it. Maester Luwin read it. Maester Luwin folded it and walked to the practice yard, where Ned Stark was at the Pell with Robb. Ned took the parchment. Ned read it. Ned laid the parchment in the trough of the Pell, where the cold water of the practice yard would not let it burn, and he laid his own hand on the parchment for a long breath. Robb. Father. It is begun. Aye, father. Pell drill is finished. We ride at dawn. Aye, father. Tell your mother. Aye. Robb went. Ned stood at the Pell a while longer. He took up his sword. He laid it across the wood. He looked up at the high wall of his keep. He looked at the south wall, and the inner ward, and the kennels, and the rookery, and the gods wood beyond. He turned his face up to the high gallery of the great keep, where in the high window of the Lord's bedchamber, behind the shutter, a small thin face had appeared, and a thin pale hand at the level of the shoulder, lifted in a small private wave. Ned lifted his own hand. He waved back. Then he went inside, and he wrote to Stannis Baratheon, and to Lysa Arryn, and to Hoster Tully at Riverrun, and to Mace Tyrell at Highgarden, and to Doran Martell at Sunspear, and to Lord Commander Mormont at the Wall, and to Howland Reed in his own keep, and to the Great John at Last Hearth, and the ravens went out of Winterfell into the spring sky as another black storm, north and south, east and west, and the sky over the keep was full of wings for an hour. The Stark host left Winterfell on a clear morning in the 2nd week of spring. It was the largest host that had marched out of Winterfell since Brandon Stark the Conciliator had ridden south in the days of the Undul kings, and the lords who watched it pass through the south gate said so to one another with the small awe of men who had not believed the day would come. 10,000 foot, and 5,000 horse, and a wagon train that filled the King's Road for a league. The Great John would meet them at the Twins with another 9,000. Lord Karstark would meet them with 3. Lord Manderley's keels, 6 new and 3 old, were at Saltpans with 700 sailors and a Manderley captain who had been waiting for a war for 30 years and had not yet given up hope. The north was in the field. At the gate Catelyn stood with her cloak across her shoulders, with Bran in her arm, for the boy was carried to the gate that morning at his own asking, on a pillow on a cart, with Maester Luwin at his elbow, and with Sansa beside her, and Arya beside Sansa, and Rickon at old Nan's hand, and Theon Greyjoy 2 paces behind them all, in mail, in his own cloak, with his bow across his back and his sword on his hip and a small grim face that had not been grim a year ago. Ned came down off his horse. He embraced Catelyn. He held her a long breath. He kissed her on the brow and on the mouth and on the brow again, the way he had always done in the years of leaving and the years of coming back, and then he kneeled down beside Bran's cart in the snow. "My son. Father. You will look after your mother." "Aye, father." "You will look after Rickon." "Aye, father." "You will not climb." The boy smiled. He had a thin smile now, a little turned in around the corners. "I will not climb, father. Until you come back. Then we will climb together." "Aye. We will." He kissed Bran on the brow. He went to Sansa. She did not weep. She had decided not to. She had told Catelyn, the night before, that she would not weep at the gate, and she had kept her word. She held out her hand. He took it. He turned the small hand over in his and laid his thumb along the soft inside of her wrist, the way her mother had laid her thumb along his wrist when he had ridden out of Riverrun the first time. "My lord father. My daughter. You will write to us. Every fortnight. To me. To you. By name. In my own hand. Mother says you will be 6 moons. 6. Perhaps 8. We will see. I will be older when you come back. I. Father, I. Father, I have been thinking, daughter. Father, I will make a good lady of this house when I am older. I have thought about it. I will. I have decided. You should know." He looked at her. She looked at him, with her father's grey eyes that were her mother's grey eyes too, and her own mouth, which was her own mouth and no one else's. He had not asked her to make any decision. She had decided. He laid his hand on her cheek. He did not let himself say anything for a moment. "I, my daughter. You will. You will be the best lady of this house since your mother. That is a high mark, father. It is. Aim for it. I will." He kissed her on the brow. He went to Arya. Arya was in breeches and a tunic and the soft pentoshi slippers, which she had been wearing under her boots since Syrio had come, the way other girls wore garters. She had a small wooden practice blade across her back. She had brought it because she had not been told she could not bring it and she did not yet trust herself to leave it inside the keep when she said goodbye. She did not weep either. She had given Sansa a long quiet stare across the dinner table the night before, and Sansa had given her one back, and they had not said anything to one another aloud, and the small treaty between them had been about not weeping at the gate. "Father. Daughter. You promised me a knight's sword. From Mikken. When I am of age. I did. You will have it. You promised me Syrio for 2 years. I did. You will have him for 2. You promised me, I have promised you many things, Arya. I will keep them all. Have I ever lied to you? No, father. Then trust me to come back. Father, Be careful. I will. Be more careful than you usually are. I will. Be more careful than a Stark would usually be. Be a Southerner about it. I am asking. I have only one father. He laughed. She had made him laugh at last. He bent down. He kissed her on the brow. He kissed her on each cheek. Watch out for the kennel boys. I do. Go on. Father. He went to Rickon. He picked the boy up. He held him a moment. The boy did not cry. The boy did not understand. He held him. Be a good boy. I am a good boy. Be a better one. All right, father. He set him down. He went to Theon. Theon stood very straight. Ned looked at him a moment. He laid his hand on Theon's shoulder. He did not let it be a small hand. He let it be a Stark hand. You hold this keep, son. My lord. With my lady wife. With the castles. With the Glover guard. You hold it. You do not leave the keep until I send for you. You do not ride for me. You do not do anything I have not in writing asked you to do. You hold this keep. The sea will come up the coast. The Iron Islands will rise. They will look for an opening at White Harbor or at Salt Pans. They will not find one, because Lord Manderley is at Salt Pans with my keels. But if the Iron Islands send anything north past the keels, they will come up the river to Winterfell. You will be at Winterfell. You will be at the gate. You will be the man at the gate. Theon. You are a Stark of this house. Hold the gate. My lord, Theon. My lord, I am a Greyjoy. You are a Stark of this house. You have been a Stark of this house for 9 years. Hold the gate. The boy's mouth worked. He could not get a word out. After a long moment he came down to one knee in the snow. He drew his sword. He laid it across his palm. He held it out to Ned. My lord. By my father's salt and the seven and the old gods of your wood. I will hold the gate. Ned did not take the sword. He laid his hand on it instead. He pushed it gently back to Theon. Then keep it sheathed until you have to draw it. Stand up, son. We are getting cold. He stood. He embraced him. The great John, who had ridden up to the gate by then with his vanguard, made a noise from his horse that was either a cough or an approval. Theon would not look at the great John. Ned mounted. He looked back. The faces at the gate were the faces of his life. He did not weep. Catelyn did not weep. Sansa did not weep. Arya did not weep. Rickon was eating an apple. Bran was looking, through the snow, at the pillow on his cart and at the line of crows on the south wall and at his father's eyes, and he was nodding, slowly, in the small grave way of a child who had decided he would be the man of the keep until his father was back. Robb came up beside Ned on his bay. Theon gave the gate signal. The gate swung. The Stark host moved. It was a clear morning. The King's Road south was hard with frost. Ned Stark rode out of his castle for the first time in 9 years at the head of the largest host the North had put in the field in any of their lives. He did not look back twice. A Stark did not look back twice. He rode south. The twins were full when the Stark host came up to them. Old Walder Frey had been waiting at his keep with his sons and his cousins and his grand-cousins and the long table of his hall set for all of them, and the cup of his welcome already poured for the lord from the north. He had been waiting there because he had had 3 weeks' warning that the Stark host was coming, and because the Stark host was a host worth bringing wine for, and because Lord Walder Frey, in his old bone reckoning of the world, had decided that the side that would win this war would be the side that crossed the Green Fork at his bridge and not the side that did not, and he had decided that the side at the Green Fork was the Starks. The great John was at the gate of the twins when Ned came up. He had been at the gate 4 hours. He had been negotiating, in his own way, with one of Lord Walder's sons, a bald son of perhaps 40 whose name was Stevrin and who had the small careful face of a man who had been promised a great keep and was about to receive a small one. The great John had been negotiating loudly. By the time Ned arrived, the gate was open. My Lord Stark, Lord Walder said, from the top of the twins' water stair, in the shrill thin voice of an old man. You have made me wait. My lord Fry, I have made the South wait. You are not the South, and so I have not made you wait. I have been delayed by the King's Road. I am here now. You are. And the Great John has been here 4 hours, and he has been kicking my walls. He kicks because he has been told to wait. He is large. The walls do not enjoy it. My lord, I have come to ask you for the use of your bridge. For how long, my lord? For the season. For what cause? For the cause of the boy at Dragonstone. Lord Walder sniffed. He sniffed a long sniff. He had been raising children and great-children and grand-great-children for 60 years, and he had been raising them on this river, and he did not love any of his neighbors and he did not love any of his enemies and he was not in love with himself either, but he loved his bridge, because his bridge had paid for everything else. For the cause of the boy at Dragonstone, my lord, I will give you the bridge. For 2 conditions. Name them. My eldest granddaughter at the table of your son the heir. Not in marriage. Not in betrothal. At the table. For a year. With the understanding that if your son and my granddaughter come to an agreement at the end of the year, my house will not be in the way. Done. The second. My second cousin at the table of your bastard at the wall. Walder Fry. At his watch table. As a steward. He will be a steward, then. I will write. Done. We have terms. My lord, I have 1 term in return. Name it. You will not negotiate with the Queen's house at any moment in the next year. Lord Walder looked at him. He smiled. He had a smile that was a thin smile, the smile of a man who had not laughed at any joke that was not his own in 50 years. Done, Lord Stark. On your word. On my bridge. Then on your bridge. Open the gate. The gate was opened. The Stark host crossed the twins in 2 days and a night, 20,000 strong by then, with the river running high under the bridges. On the second night Ned slept in Lord Walder's hall at the long table, with Robb at his right and the Great John at his left and Lord Walder's granddaughter at the heir's elbow looking very young and very afraid and very brave. Ned watched her across the hall. He thought she was the right age to be at a table she had not asked for, and he thought, watching her, that she had Catelyn's careful eyes. In the morning the host moved on. Edmure Tully met them at Riverrun. The Riverlands rose. The Riverland banners came in. The great host of the rivers and the north had become one host, and the host moved south. Within the moon they were at the Trident. In King's Landing, on the same morning, Tywin Lannister stood at his long window and watched the Blackwater. He had been watching the Blackwater an hour. He turned to the page at the door. Send for my son. My lord, which son? My son who is in this city. Send for Jaime. Send for him at his post. He will come. The page went. Jaime came. He came in his white armor. He stood at the door. My lord. My son. I have a thing to say to you. I will say it once, and I will not say it again, and you will listen. I am listening. The Stark is at the Trident. Yes. He is 40,000 strong. He has the Tullus with him. He has the Great John. He has the keels of Manderley at salt pans. He has Stannis's letters under his hand. He has, my son, a thing he did not have when he refused the king in the snow of his own keep. He has surprised us. Yes. The plan changes. We will not move to the Trident. We will move on the Reach. We will hold King's Landing and we will turn the Reach. The Tyrell will not march for the Stark, the Tyrell will not march for Stannis. The Tyrell will sit. We will make the Tyrell stand. We will marry our cousin Joffrey to the Tyrell girl. By the end of the moon. I have already written. The girl is on the road. The girl is 16. She will be a queen. She will give us the Reach. The Reach will give us 100,000 men. The 100,000 men will pin the Stark on the trident. The Stark will run out of grain. The Stark will go home. We will hold. And Stannis. Stannis is on Dragonstone. He is on Dragonstone with 3,000 men and a stone fortress and a witch out of Ashai who burns her own ships in her sleep. Stannis is a long man. He will sit a year. He will sit 2. By the time he comes off Dragonstone, the Stark will be home. By the time the Stark is home, the realm will be ours. Joffrey will be 20. Joffrey will be a king. And Cersei. Your sister will be a regent. For how long, father? Tywin did not answer. He looked at his son a long moment. He turned back to the window. My son. We are going to lose if we do not move quickly. Are you listening? I am listening. We are not yet certain of losing. But we are uncertain of winning. The Stark has surprised us. I do not love being surprised. I love it as little as I have ever loved anything. We are not on our heels yet. We are on our front foot only because we are running. Run faster. Get the Tyrell. Get the Reach. Pin him at the trident. Starve him out. Within a year. Before the wall sends anything south, before any other thing happens that I have not seen before. Within a year. Do you hear me? I hear you. Go to the throne room. Go to your sister. Tell her what I have told you. She will say she has it under control. She does not. She has ordered the city to celebrate her son's coronation for a fortnight. The city is not in a mood to celebrate. The city is in a mood to riot. Tell your sister to stop the celebration. Tell her to put grain in the streets. Tell her to be hard to hate. Hard to hate is a thing your sister has never done. Tell her to learn it in 3 days. Go. Jaime went. Tywin Lannister stood at his long window a long while. He laid his hand on the sill. The river below was high. The river was bringing up timber from the south. The timber was coming up to the King's Harbor from a Lyseni galley that had been refused at White Harbor 8 moons earlier, and that had been bought, very cheaply, by a Lannister patron. The timber was not fit for any of the things Tywin had thought to use it for. The timber was warped and bad. The Lyseni had laughed at him on the harbor 2 days earlier, in a small Lyseni way, and his men had killed the Lyseni, but the timber was still bad. He had been bought, just as he had taught his daughter to buy. He had been bought by an old grey-bearded northern warden who, 8 moons ago, had been only a face at a snowbound feast. How wise, Tywin said, to the river. How very wise of you, Lord Stark. He walked back to his desk. He took up his quill. He began to write. In the Lord's bedchamber at Winterfell, on the same evening, Bran Stark was riding the wind through the eyes of an owl above the trident, and through the owl he saw his father on a horse at the head of a great host, and his brother Robb at his father's elbow, and the long line of the army rolling south in the spring sun, and the river running on, and the bridges of Riverrun, and a small hot patch on the world to the south that was the Reach, and a small cold patch on the world to the south of that was Dragonstone, and a great long shape of green at the center of the realm that was a court he did not yet know the name of, and the old man with 3 eyes at his elbow in the bed said, very quietly, Bran. You are seeing it. Tell me what you see. They are alive, Maester. They are. They are well. They are. There is a man at a window in King's Landing. He is afraid. He does not know he is afraid. But he is. Bran. He is. There is a man at Dragonstone. He is sitting. He is reading. He will be reading a long while. He is a slow reader. He reads each thing twice. There is a girl at Highgarden, Bran. At Highgarden. She is very young. She is to be a queen, Bran. We will not let it happen. We will see. We will help your father see. Tell your father to write to Highgarden. Tell him to write to Lord Tyrell himself. Tell him to write tonight. Will you remember? I will remember. Good. Come back, Bran. Come back to your bed. He came back. He opened his eyes. His mother was at the window of the bedchamber, watching the road south. She had the ledger of the granary open on her knee. She had a quill in her hand. She turned. She looked at him. Mother. My love. Father will be all right. My love. Mother, will you write to father tonight? My love. Tell him to write to Highgarden. Tell him the old man with 3 eyes says so. She did not even pause. She had been a southern girl, bred at Riverrun. She had been the Stark of Winterfell's wife for 16 years. She had learned in those years to take counsel from sources she did not yet understand. I will tell him, my son. Tonight. Mother, Mother, the old man says you will not lose the keep. He says the keep will not fall. He says hold the gate. Mother. Hold the gate. She closed the ledger. She came across the room. She sat on the edge of the bed. She took her son's small thin hand. She kissed it. She held it against her cheek. I will hold the gate, my son. I will hold it. With Theon, and with the castles, and with the maester, and with you. With me. With you. The boy smiled. He closed his eyes. He went to sleep. The wolf at the foot of the bed slept. The night came down on Winterfell, very long, very clean, with a sky that was full of stars and not full of anything else. Far to the south, in the spring fields beyond the Trident, the Stark host made camp by the river, and the watchfires of 40,000 men came up like a second river of light along the bank, and the watchfires were seen, by men with eyes too young to be tired, all the way to the walls of King's Landing. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Reckoning. The first battle of the war was not a battle. It was a letter. Lord Tyrell of Highgarden was in his solar at the hour of the wolf, with his maester at his elbow and a cup of arbor red at his side, when the raven from the north arrived. The raven had flown for 9 days. The parchment it carried was not a long one. It was sealed with the dire wolf in white wax. It said, in a hand that was Eddard Stark's own hand, Lord Tyrell. I am at the Trident. I have 40,000 men. I have Stannis Baratheon's writ that the Queen's children are not the King's. I have Lord Manderly's keels at Saltpans. I am told you have been written to by Lord Tywin Lannister with an offer of his grandson the boy king for your daughter Marjorie. I would speak plainly. The offer is a hook. The hook is set in your house's mouth. If you take the hook, you will hold a queen but you will not hold the reach. The reach will be cut off the moment your daughter is in the Red Keep. Lord Tywin is a man who needs a thing once and then needs it not at all. If you do not take the hook, you may have the matter as you wish. You may sit until Stannis is crowned and then negotiate freely. Or you may, my lord, ride east. I would have your father's old friend with me at the Trident, if your father's old friend will come. Your daughter is too young. Your son is the right age. We are about to win. We will win whether you ride or do not ride. We will be glad if you ride. Eddard Stark, Warden of the North. Lord Mace Tyrell read the letter once. He read it twice. He read it a third time. He laid it on his desk. He drank a long pull of his arbor red. He did not look at the maester. He looked at the window. The window faced east, toward Bitterbridge and the Rose Road. He watched a small hawk crossing the sky, very high. The girl is 16, he said, after a long silence. Yes, my lord. My mother told me the girl was 16 this morning. My mother said the girl was 16 with a particular emphasis. She did not look at me when she said it. She did not, my lord. My mother is telling me to think. My lord, send for my mother. The maester sent. The Queen of Thorns came in. She was a small old woman with a small old face and the kind of mouth that had been clever before there was a Westeros, and she came into the solar with a small dry brown smile that her son had learned to be afraid of as a boy. Mother. Mace. I see Lord Stark has written to you. How did you, boy? The maester's hand was in his hair when I passed him. The maester only puts his hand in his hair when there is news worth a crownland's gold. What does the Stark say? He says the boy king is not the king's son. Yes. He says the queen has bought him a girl. My girl. He says we should not, he is right. Boy. Listen to me. He is right. He has been right since the day he refused the hand. He is the man who refused the hand because he saw the trap. He is the man who is now writing to us because we have a trap of our own. He is right. We will not give him our girl. I am too fond of her. Marjorie has more sense than you do. She would be a queen for 2 summers and a corpse for 6. We will not give her to that nest of cousins. And the offer of riding east, we will ride east. Mother. Mace, you will ride east. With Lord Tarly. With Loras. With Garland. With 20,000 men at the head of the Rose Road. You will move slowly because Lord Tarly likes to move slowly. You will move at 3 leagues a day, with the banners up, on the Rose Road. You will not move secretly. You will move so the Lannisters can see you move. They will think you are coming for King's Landing. They will pull men out of the Reach to defend King's Landing. They will pull men out of the road to the Trident. The Stark will fall on the men in the road to the Trident. He has 40,000. He will have 50 by the time the Lannisters have moved. He will be at the gates of King's Landing while you are still on the Rose Road with your slow Tarly march. And I will arrive when? After the Stark. We will arrive in time to be useful and not in time to be heroic. The Stark will write his thanks to us in his own hand. We will not have to fight a single battle. Marjorie will not have to marry a single boy. We will be the men who held the Reach for the rightful king without spilling Reach blood. Our house will gain in the southern courts what it would have gained by the marriage. Our house will gain in the new king's court what we cannot gain from the queen's son, who is not the king's son. Mace, we are not going to lose this war. We are going to be late to it on purpose. Mother. The Stark is a clever man. He has the look of a man who is not. He is your father's old friend's old friend, and Jon Arryn was the cleverest man this realm has had in 50 years, and the Stark has all of Jon Arryn's quiet and most of his sense. We will write him back. We will write him back tonight. We will tell him we are riding. We will not tell him at what speed. He will know. He will smile. The Stark smiles in his eyes. He will smile in his eyes. He will not write us back to ask for haste. He will not need it. Mother. Mace. You will write the letter. Yes, Mother. Write it now. He wrote it. The Queen of Thorns sat at his elbow and did not say a word. When the letter was done, she read it. She made him cross out 3 lines. He wrote them again. She read them. She nodded. She sealed it with her own seal, the small thorn rose, beside her son's, and she gave it to the maester. Mother, yes. Mother, what about Marjorie? What about her, dear? Mother, Lord Stark said, boy. Lord Stark has a son. He is 15. He is on the Trident. He is brave. He is northern. He is, by the maester's accounts, taller than you were at his age and not a fool. We will see, Mace. We will see what the world does. There is no hurry. There is no hurry. There is no hurry at all. She got up. She left the room. The maester sealed the letter with the wax of a third seal. The raven went out of Highgarden into the dusk, and into the south of the high spring, and into the 7 kingdoms, and a small wind that had been wandering the high hall of Highgarden settled into the eaves and did not move again until morning. In the camp on the Trident, 2 days later, the raven came in at dawn, and Ned Stark, standing in his pavilion with Robb at his elbow and the Great John a step behind him, read the letter and laid it on the table and laughed. He did not laugh often. The Great John turned his head as if a bell had rung in the distance. "My lord," said Robb. "It is well. Lord Tyrell rides east. Tarly is with him. 20,000. Slow. Slow on purpose. Aye. The Tyrell is no fool, when his mother is at his elbow. He will be on the Rose Road in 3 days. He will be at Bitterbridge in 12. He will be near King's Landing in 20. By then we will be at the walls. We move on King's Landing, father." Ned looked at his son. He laid his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Aye. We move on King's Landing. Lord Tywin is at Harrenhal with 30,000. He has been waiting for us to come down the King's Road to fight him in the field. We will not fight him in the field. We will leave him at Harrenhal. We will go around him. We will go down the river by Manderley's Keels at Saltpans. We will be in the Crownlands before he has broken camp. He will turn south to chase us. By the time he turns we will be at the Blackwater. By the time he is at the Blackwater we will be inside the gates. He will burn the city. He will not burn the city. He has 50,000 of his cousins in the city. He will not burn his own cousins. He will fight us in the streets. We will not fight him in the streets. We will hold the throne room and the Tower of the Hand and the September of Baelor. We will hold the boy king, and his mother, and the small council. We will not kill the boy king. The boy king will be sent to the wall. The wall is a long way from the Iron Throne. The mother will be sent to a September. Lord Tywin will negotiate. He always negotiates. He has negotiated since he was 18. He is too clever to die for a son who is not his son and a grandson who is not his grandson. And Stannis. Stannis will come up from Dragonstone in his own time. He is not in a hurry, Stannis. He will arrive when we have already done the work. He will be glad. He will be a more grateful king for arriving second. The realm will be his. He will be a hard king. We will live with that. Robert was a soft king who pretended to be hard. Stannis is a hard king who pretends to be a king. The realm will be in safer hands than it has been in 20 years. Father. I. You are speaking as if it is done. I, son. I am. The work is not done. The work is only just begun. But I am speaking as if it is done because I have been thinking about it for a year, and because if I cannot speak about it as if it is done by now, I will not be of any use to the men I am asking to bleed. I, father. Drink your water. Eat your bread. We move at noon. He moved at noon. The Stark host moved across the Trident in 2 columns, with the river engineers at their work for a day and a half before the host followed, and the host crossed the Trident on bridges that had been laid down in 3 nights, and the host went south. On the 3rd day after the crossing, the war began in earnest. It began in a wood on the side of the King's Road, for leagues north of the crossroads in. A small Lannister force had been sent out by Lord Tywin to hold the road, on the assumption that the Stark host would come down it. The force was 3,000 strong, under a Lannister cousin named Ser Stafford. He was a careful captain. He had laid his men in the wood on either side of the King's Road and had set his horse along a low ridge above the road, and he was waiting, with the patience of a small man who had been told to be patient for a fortnight. He was not on the King's Road. He was on the Stark Scouts' path. The Stark Scouts found him on the morning of the third day. Howland Reed's crannogmen, who had come up out of the neck a fortnight earlier in their own slow way and had been in the wood since the night the host crossed, were already counting Ser Stafford's tents. The fight at the wood lasted a half hour and was not, Ser Roderick told Robb later, a fight at all. It was an ambush of an ambush. The crannogmen came up over the ridge in the small soft way of crannogmen, with bows at half draw and the knives at their hips not yet drawn at all, and at the same moment the Great John's vanguard came up out of the road into the wood with a sound that the Great John had been saving for 30 years, and Ser Stafford's careful patient men found themselves caught between an arrow at their backs and an axe at their fronts, and within a quarter of an hour 1,000 of them had laid down their swords. And the rest had run. Ser Stafford was taken alive. He was a thin man with a little mustache. He was brought up to Ned at the head of the column with his hands tied behind him, and Ned looked at him from the saddle a moment. "My Lord of Stark. Ser Stafford. You will give me your sword." "I have given it." "Then give me your word. You will not raise it against me again in this war." "My lord, you will give it, Ser. Or I will have you held in the rear. The choice is yours." The thin man looked up at Ned a long moment. He had pale Lannister blue eyes. He did not love his cousin Tywin overmuch. The cousin had treated him as a small useful piece for 30 years. "I give my word, my lord. I will not raise sword against you in this war." "Good. You will ride with us. As a guest. You will ride with my son. He will ride with you. You will be released when this is done." "My lord." "Ride." The thin man rode. He was not the only one. Within the next 4 days the Stark host took 6 smaller forces in the same way. None of the engagements lasted long. The Lannisters had been told to wait at Harrenhal. They were not mustered for a moving war. The Stark host was. The Great John at the front was a sledge. The crannogmen at the flanks were a needle. The wagons in the center were a granary on wheels. The Stark host moved at 3 leagues a day in column and 4 leagues a day on a road and 5 leagues a day when Ned wanted them at 5, and the column did not break, because the column had been drilled at Winterfell for a moon before it had moved. On the 7th day of the southward march the host came down to Saltpans, and Lord Manderly's keels were waiting. There were 9 of them. They lay along the long stone quay of Saltpans like fat dark fish. They had been laid in White Harbor in the winter and had been brought down the coast in the spring, and they had been crewed by men who had been Manderly bannermen for 3 generations and who had not seen a war but had seen many storms and considered themselves equal to either. Lord Wyman Manderly was at the quay himself in his great fat self, on a litter, with a fur across his knees, and a cup in his hand. "My Lord of Stark," he called, from his litter, when Ned came down the long road to the quay. "I have brought your boats. I have brought your sailors. I have brought 1,000 barrels of salt fish. I have brought myself. I am sorry I have brought myself. I am too fat to be useful. I will be in the back of the boat, and you may use me as ballast." Ned came down off his horse. He came up to the litter. He embraced the great fat man in the way a man embraced a friend who had not been a friend for long but had been one when it mattered. "My lord, you are not ballast. You are the man whose keels I am about to win this war on. You are my admiral. My lord, I have not been to sea in 20 years. Then you will go to sea now. We will load. We will be at the Blackwater in 5 days. We will be inside King's Landing on the 7th day. I, my lord. Go aboard. Take the rear keel. Take the cabin. Take a bottle of the Arbor Red I sent down from Winterfell 2 moons ago for this exact morning. Drink it slowly. We will need you sober at the Blackwater. My lord, I am offended at the implication. My lord, you are pleased at the implication. Go aboard. Lord Manderley was carried aboard. The host loaded. 20,000 men went onto the keels and into the small craft Saltpans had at its harbor, and the 20,000 who could not be carried that way went south on foot under the Great John along the river road, and the host became 3 columns, the Stark column on water, the Great John column on land, the Tully column at Riverrun in reserve. Edmund Tully had not been pleased to be left in reserve. He had been told, by his uncle the Blackfish who had ridden up from Riverrun for the conference, that he would be in reserve and that he would like it, and Edmure had not liked it but had agreed to it, because the Blackfish had been at the back of his shoulder since his christening and would be there on the day he died. In the second week of spring the Stark column came down the Blackwater in a high wind, with the keel's sails full and the river running with them, and Lord Manderley at the rail of the rear keel pointed his finger at the high red walls of the Red Keep ahead and laughed in the deep big laugh he had been saving for a year. "There she is, my lord," he called. "Pretty city. Pretty walls. The walls are not a problem. The gate is a problem. The gate is the mud gate, and it has been mended by a Lannister cousin who does not know how to mend a gate. Watch the gate. Lord Manderley, I will watch the gate. And Lord Stark, my boy Wendell is on the second keel. I would have him off the second keel before the second keel is the first into the harbor. I am not a man who has many sons. I will keep what sons I have. My lord. He will be on the third keel by sundown. Thank you, Lord Stark. You are welcome, Lord Manderley." The keels came down to the Blackwater Bay at evening. The chains across the river had been raised by a Lannister captain who had been told to raise them. The chains were not high enough. The Manderley keels had been built with a draft designed by a man who had read the records of the chains, and they passed under the chains with the sails reefed and the bows just touching the water, and the Lannister captain on the south bank watched them pass and did not give the order to drop the chains, because he was not, at that moment, sure what the order should have been, and because he had been bribed 3 weeks earlier by a small dark man from the Neck who had drunk Lysini wine with him in a tavern and had paid him 80 pieces of silver to be uncertain at a particular hour. Within an hour, the keels were at the mud gate. Within 2, the mud gate was open. The man who opened it was the gold-cloaked Captain Janos Slint, who had been bought by Tywin Lannister with 8 pieces of gold a moon and who had been bought 4 nights earlier by a small dark man from the Neck with 12 pieces of gold a moon and a promise of a small lordship in the Crownlands and a bag of wool. Slint was a man who could be bought twice. He had been bought twice. He had not yet been told he was about to be bought a third time, by a thing called a noose, but the noose was patient. The Stark host came up the mud gate into King's Landing in good order, and within 4 hours the city was in their hands. It was not, the chronicles would later record, a sack. The Stark host did not sack. The Stark host had been told by Eddard Stark, in the 3rd week of the southward march, that any man who took a thing out of any house in King's Landing without paying for it would be hanged at the gate of his own father's keep within the year, and the Great John had repeated the order in his own voice for 3 days in the camp, and the order had been believed. 40,000 northern men came into King's Landing. They did not loot. They did not burn. They held the gates. They held the harbor. They held the September of Baelor. They held the Tower of the Hand. They held the Iron Throne. When at last Eddard Stark came up the long stair of the Red Keep, with Robb at his elbow and the Great John a step behind, and stood at the door of the throne room, the door was opened from within by a small man in a white cloak, and the small man was Ser Barristan Selmy. "My Lord of Stark," Ser Barristan said, very quietly. "Ser Barristan. The boy is on the throne. And his mother. Beside him. And the Hand. The Hand is at Harrenhal. He has been at Harrenhal a moon. He is, my lord, not yet at the city. We had counted on it. Will you stand aside, Ser Barristan?" The old knight looked at him. He had been the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard for 15 years. He had served 3 kings. He had served Aerys until the Mad King was past serving, and Robert because Robert had been the next king, and Joffrey because Joffrey had been the king's son, and he was beginning to learn that none of these men had been the king the realm needed, and he was old, and tired, and he had seen the way the Stark column had come up the mud gate, and he had seen the way the Stark column had not loaded any cellar with anything from any house, and he had seen the way Lord Eddard Stark was standing at the door of the throne room with his son at his elbow and his face composed, and he had decided, somewhere on the long walk from the Tower of the Hand to the throne room, that he was an old knight with a few good years in him and that he would give those years to a man who was not a Lannister. "I will stand aside, my lord. I will lay down my white cloak. I will not draw it again until your king is seated. My king, Ser Barristan, will be Stannis Baratheon, Robert's true heir." My lord. "I had thought as much." "Then you will draw your cloak again when Stannis Baratheon is at this throne." "I stand aside, Ser." Ser Barristan stood aside. The doors opened. Eddard Stark walked into the throne room of the Red Keep. The boy king was on the throne. He was 12. He was crying. His mother was beside the throne with her hand on his shoulder, and her hand was very white, and her face was very white, and her eyes had the small pinched look of a woman who had been planning this morning's negotiation for an hour and had not yet found her place in it. Lord Renly Baratheon was at the foot of the dais with his sword across his arm, in surrender. Lord Peter Baelish was at a window with his hands folded, watching. Lord Varys was nowhere. Lord Pycelle was at his desk in the Hand's old chamber, drinking an herbal wine that, if he were honest, he had long since lost interest in. "My Lord of Stark," Cersei Lannister said. "Your Grace. You will leave my son on his throne." "No, Your Grace. You will leave my son alive." Your Grace. I will. He will go to the wall. He will take the black. He will be a brother of the watch. He will live a long life, if he is a good brother. He may have a long winter to grow into a man. Your daughter will go to the faith. She will be a septa. She will live. Your second son will go to a fosterage in the north. He is small. He will grow to be a northern boy, if he wishes. He will not be king. None of them will be king. I am sorry. They are not the king's children. I have not been the man who decided this. The world has been the man who decided this. I am only the man who is here to see it done. You will hang us all. No, Your Grace. I am not a hanging man. You will go to a September. You will live. You will not see your father again, and your father will not see you. He has been written to. He has agreed. He has agreed. He has. He has agreed. He has, Your Grace. 3 nights ago. The raven came in this morning. He has, Your Grace, I am sorry. He has agreed that you will be sent to a sept and your children placed as I have said and that he will not move on King's Landing in this year or the next. He has further agreed to lay down his banners at Harrenhal at the cost of his own son's freedom. The queen turned her face. She had been a beautiful woman a long time, and she was still a beautiful woman, and there was a small thin moment in her face when the beauty went out of it and another thing came in, a thing that was not yet anger and not yet despair but only the small still acknowledgement of a thing that had been long planned and long lost. She did not weep. She did not look at the boy on the throne. She did not look at Eddard Stark. She looked, for a long moment, at Lord Peter Baelish at the window, and Lord Peter Baelish at the window looked, for a long moment, back. And in that small look, Eddard Stark, who had been watching the room as a Stark watched a wood, learned at last the second name on the list Howland Reed had not given him, and laid it away, and would call for it before the moon was out. "My Lord of Stark," Cersei said. "Your Grace. You have won." Your Grace." "How?" "Your Grace, I went home a year ago in the snow. I sat with my wife. I sat with my children. I made a decision. The decision was that I would not come south. After that decision the rest was patience. I am sorry. I have a great deal of patience. It is the one thing the South has not taught itself. She looked at him. She did not speak again. She rose. She went down the dais, slowly, with the small fine step of a queen who would, in a year, be a septa and would, in a year and a day, be a small old woman knitting at a window in the September of the stranger. The boy king on the throne was crying. He held out his arms to his mother as she went. She did not turn. She walked the length of the throne room with her head high and her hand at her side, and she did not weep, and she did not turn, and she went out the door. Eddard Stark walked up the long stair of the Iron Throne. He did not sit on it. He had no right to sit on it. He took the boy king down off it gently, as one took a child down off a table that was too high. He set him on his feet. He did not let go of his shoulder. He turned the boy to face Ser Barristan Selmy. This boy, he said, in the Stark voice, is going to the wall. He is going under your hand, Ser Barristan, until the wall takes him. You will be his guardian. You will not let him be killed on the road. I, my lord. He is not to be hurt. He is a child. He will not be hurt. He will not, my lord. Joffrey. The boy looked up. You are going to walk out of this room with Ser Barristan. You will walk to the Tower of the Hand, where you will be given a small bag of clothes. You will wear plain woolen clothes from this hour. You will be a boy of 12 named Joffrey Hill. You will go to the wall in a wagon, with a guard, in 2 days. You will be a brother of the Watch. The Watch is a good brotherhood. The Watch is a hard brotherhood. The Watch will give you a chance. Listen to me. Are you listening? I. Listen well, boy. Your name was a king's name. It is not a king's name. You will live. Your mother will live. Your sister will live. Your brother will live. You will not see them again. None of you will see one another again. You will grow into something better than a king, or you will grow into nothing, and either of those is a kindness the gods do not give to most kings. Do you understand me? The boy's mouth went. He had been a cruel child. He had been spoiled. He had been made small and mean by his mother. He was 12. He was crying. He was, at this moment, only a child. I, my lord. Then go. He went, with Ser Barristan's white gauntlet hand on his shoulder. Lord Peter Baelish at the window moved at last. He came down off the window seat with the small silver mocking face he wore for any occasion he was uncertain of. My Lord of Stark. Lord Baelish. You will not move. My lord, I have not moved. You have moved a hand. Do not move it again. My lord. Lord Baelish, you are the man who bought the alchemist on the street of Steelas and night before the steward of the queen bought the bottle of sweet drops that killed Jon Arryn. You are also the man who brought Catelyn Tully my favor 8 years ago and have lied about it since. You are also the man who, when the queen looked at you in this room a quarter hour ago, was the man she looked at. You are a great many men, Lord Baelish. I have only been told the names of 3 of them. I will be told the rest in time. You will be at the throne room every day at midday for the next moon. You will speak only when I ask. You will eat at the long table with my men. You will sleep in the Tower of the Hand under guard. You will not leave the Red Keep. At the end of the moon I will decide what you are. Do you understand me? My lord, do you understand me? My lord. Good. Move only when I tell you to move. Sit there. He sat. He sat the way a small man with many small lives sat when one of those lives had at last been called. Far to the north, on the same day, the gate of Winterfell was holding. It had needed holding. The Iron Islanders had risen, as Ned had said they would. Lord Balon Greyjoy at Pike had sent a small fleet north along the western coast in the second week of spring, with the intention of striking at White Harbor while the Stark host was south, and the Manderley Keels had been at Salt Pans by the time the Iron Fleet arrived, which Lord Balon had not known, and the small fleet had been turned back at White Harbor by a few old fishing boats and a great number of arrows from the walls. A second smaller force, Aeron Greyjoy's, had landed 8 days later on the coast north of Salt Pans and had pushed inland, into the Wolfswood, and had come up by the small river roads to the south of Winterfell. They were 2,000 strong. They had small boats and fast horse. They were Iron Islanders, which is to say they were good in a raid and not in a siege, and they had not come to lay a siege, they had come to burn one tower and ride out, because Balon Greyjoy had decided that to burn one tower of Winterfell while the Stark host was south would be a thing his bards would sing about for a generation, and he was a man who cared about the songs of his bards more than was wise. They reached the south gate at the hour of the wolf on a clear cold spring night. They were not expected. They had ridden the river in small boats, and slipped through the trees, and come up on the south wall of Winterfell out of a wood that had been silent because the Stark watch had been told to be silent about an Iron Islander raid until the raid had committed itself. The watch was Theon Greyjoy's. Theon was on the wall when the small dark forms came up out of the trees. He had been on the wall every night for 2 moons. He had slept in a small cot beside his desk in the gatehouse since the night Ned Stark had ridden south. He had sworn to the Stark and to the Seven and to the old gods of the wood and to a woman who was 13 that he would hold the gate. He had been holding it. He saw them. He counted them. He did not call the alarm at once. He counted them again. He counted to 2,000. He sent his runner to the inner ward at a soft pace, with a written note in his own hand, 2,000 at the south wall, by river. Iron Islanders. Aeron Standard. They will assault the south gate at dawn. We will be ready. T. He sent the runner. He did not call the trumpet. He went down off the wall. He went into the small armory at the foot of the gate. He laid out his bow, his quiver, his sword, his small hand axe. He walked, very calmly, through the inner ward, and to the practice yard, where Ser Roderick had been sleeping in a cot beside his men. He woke Ser Roderick without waking the camp. Aeron Greyjoy. 2,000. South wall. Dawn. Ser Roderick came up off the cot. He pulled on his gambeson. He pulled on his mail. He did not speak for a long breath. He looked at Theon. Boy. Ser. You are the man at the gate. I. Your uncle is at the gate. I. Will you hold it? I, Ser Roderick. Then we hold it. Wake the men. Quietly. Let them come up to the wall. We do not fight in the dark. We will fight at dawn. We will have the wall and the height and the bow. They will have the river at their back and the wood beyond the river. They will not retreat the way they came. They will retreat to the wood. We will have the kennels open at the gate. The kennels. I, boy. The kennels. Let me handle the kennels. Wake the men. Theon woke the men. He woke them in a soft careful way, going from cot to cot in the long gallery, laying his hand on a shoulder, speaking the Iron Islander word in the man's ear, the way a Stark captain woke a sleeping watch, south wall, dawn. The men came up. They did not light torches. They went up onto the wall in their cloaks. They did not speak. By the time the first grey light of dawn came up over the God's Wood, 300 Stark archers were on the south wall of Winterfell with their arrows at half-draw, and another 200 at the gate, and another 500 in the inner ward, and the kennels at the gate were open, and the great old grey kennel hounds, who had been at this keep longer than Theon had been alive, were standing in the dark of the kennel run with their teeth bared and their fur up. The Iron Islander assault came at dawn. It was a brave assault. Aeron Greyjoy was not a coward. He came up out of the trees with his men in 3 columns and made for the south gate with grappling hooks and ladders, and the men who came up the ladders died on the wall, and the men who came up the gate died at the gate, and within 20 minutes Aeron Greyjoy had lost 600 men and not made the wall. He should have retreated then. He did not retreat. He had been told by his brother, who was his god as well as his lord, that he would burn one tower. He came at the gate again. He came at it with everything he had. The gate held. The gate held because the gate had been mended in the second moon of the year by a man Catelyn Stark had ordered to mend it, and because the hinges had been oiled, and because the bar had been replaced with green oak, and because the men behind the gate were the castles and the Glover guard and a Greyjoy boy who had been born to be a worse man than this and had, somewhere along the way, decided to be a better one. At the third assault, Theon Greyjoy went up onto the wall with his bow. He saw his uncle in the third rank. He had not seen his uncle since he was 9. He recognized him by the tonsure of the priest, the small bald spot in the middle of the wet black hair, and by the way the man held his head. He drew his bow. He held the draw. He took a long breath. He let it out. "Uncle," he said, very quietly, into the wind that no one but the wind heard. "Uncle, you should not have come." He loosed. The arrow took Aeron Greyjoy through the throat. The priest of the drowned god went down with his hand at his neck and a small surprised look on his face that had not been surprised by anything in 20 years, and the Iron Islander ranks around him broke. Within a quarter of an hour the Iron Islanders had broken full, and were running for the trees, and the kennels at the gate were open and the great old grey hounds came baying out into the field at the heels of the running men, and the field was Winterfell's field, and the field was held. Theon Greyjoy stood on the south wall of Winterfell with his bow at his side and looked at the body of his uncle in the snow below, and he wept, and he was not ashamed of it, and beside him at the wall Ser Roderick laid his white-bearded hand on the boy's shoulder and did not say anything and did not need to. Behind him, on the inner stair of the gate, a small voice said, "Theon." He turned. Sansa Stark was on the stair. She was wearing her winter cloak. She had her mother's brooch at her throat. She had not been told to come up to the wall. She had come up anyway, because she had heard the assault and had not been able to stay below. "Lady Sansa. You have held. I. My lady mother says you are to come down. There is broth. I." She did not turn. She came up the last 3 steps to the wall. She looked over the merlin at the body in the snow below. She did not speak for a long breath. "Was that your uncle, Theon?" I am sorry. My lady. He came to burn our keep." "He did. You stopped him." "I did." "Then I am sorry, and I am thanking you." The two go together. He did not know what to say. He had never known what to say to her. He turned. He laid his bow down against the merlin. He took her small hand. He brought it to his face. He laid it against his cheek for the smallest of breaths. He gave it back to her. He picked up the bow. He took the steps down off the wall, with her behind him, and the two of them went down to the inner ward where Catelyn Stark was waiting at the door of the keep with broth, and where Bran on his cart was watching the snow of the inner ward with the steady patient eye of a boy who had, through the eyes of an owl, watched the whole assault from above and had not breathed once for 15 minutes. "Mother," Sansa said. My love." Theon held the gate. My love. I saw." "You saw, mother." "I saw." She had been on the wall too. She had been on the keep wall, with her bow, in the small gambeson she had not worn since her father's last muster at Riverrun a long time ago, and she had held the inner ward of Winterfell with 20 men of her own household guard while the south wall held the south wall, and her bow had not been needed, and she had not loosed an arrow, but she had been on the wall the whole assault. Theon had not seen her. Theon would not have known where to look. "My lady," Theon said, when he saw her in her gambeson. He did not know whether to bow. "Hush, Theon. Drink your broth." My lady." "And come inside. You are bleeding from a place you have not noticed." He looked. He was. There was a small cut along his thigh where a thrown axe had caught him in the third assault and he had not registered the catch. He blinked. He laughed, a small surprised sound. "My lady, I did not, I know. Come inside. Sansa. Come." They came inside. The gate of Winterfell stood open behind them, as it had stood open for 8,000 years. The hounds were brought back from the wood. The dead Iron Islanders were buried in a long pit by the river, with their gods' words spoken over them by Maester Luwin in the kindly old way. The keep settled. That night, in the Lord's bedchamber, Bran Stark in his bed laid his small hand on the broad head of his wolf and went, in the wolf's eyes, far. He went south. He went down through the small windless places of the country, by lake and by river, and he came at last to a great red-walled city that was burning candles in 1,000 windows on a clear night, and he saw, in a high room of a tower, his father, and his brother, and a great fat man who was laughing with a cup in his hand, and he saw that his father was alive and his brother was alive and the city was holding, and he came back, slowly, out of the wolf's eyes. "Mother. My love. They have done it." "Done what, my love?" "They have taken the city. The city is ours. The boy king is going to the wall. The queen is going to a September. Father is in the throne room." He is not on the throne, mother. He is at the steps. He is well. He is tired. Robb is well. And Theon," she said, very softly, laying her hand on Bran's brow. He smiled. He did not open his eyes. "Theon is here, mother." My love. He is. He has held the gate. He has. Father will be glad. My love. Father will be glad." She stood. She went out of the bedchamber. She walked, in her gambeson, along the high gallery of the great keep, and out into the inner ward, and she stood under a clear cold spring sky in which a single owl was crossing, and she lifted her face to the owl and laid her hand on her own heart, and after a moment she said, very quietly, into the wind, "Hold the gate, my lord husband." We are holding the gate. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. Winter's Peace. Stannis Baratheon came up the Blackwater on a clear morning in the 5th week after the city had been taken, and Eddard Stark met him at the river stair of the Red Keep with the long quiet courtesy of a man who had been waiting a month to give a king his throne. He had given the king nothing else. He had given him only the throne. He had not given him a small council. He had not named a hand. He had not told the city how to grieve for Robert. He had held the keep, and he had paid the fishmongers in his own Warden silver because the city's gold had been short in the 3rd week, and he had ridden out twice to settle a bread riot in Flea Bottom, and he had hanged 8 men in 5 weeks for theft and 3 for murder and none for treason, and the city had begun, in the slow careful way a city did begin, to settle. Stannis came up the river stair in his black cloak with the crowned stag at the throat and the long thin mouth of his own face under the small dark beard. He had Davos Seaworth at his elbow. He had Ser Brynden Tully behind him, who had come down from Riverrun 3 weeks earlier as Edmure's representative. He had no Melisandre, because Melisandre had stayed at Dragonstone at Stannis's order, because Stannis was, when one read his small careful letters, a man who knew exactly what he believed about his ass high priestess and exactly what he believed about the throne, and he did not wish to confuse the two. He came up to Ned. He looked at him a long moment. "Lord Stark. Your Grace. You took the city. Without my banners. Without your banners. Your Grace, your banners were on Dragonstone. Mine were on the Blackwater. The difference was the difference of a moon. You did not wait for me. No. You should have. No, your Grace. The boy king was in this throne. The city was the queen's. Each day the city was the queen's was a day the city paid for in grain her cousins had brought from Casterly Rock and would have charged interest on for 10 years. I took the city to give it to you. I have given it. I have not taken anything. I have not crowned anyone. I have not sat on your throne. I have not negotiated with Lord Tywin in your name. I have done nothing in your name. I have done it all in my own. The city is yours. The throne is yours. The court is yours. I am not. I am the Warden of the North. I am here to give you a city. Then I am going home. Stannis looked at him. He had the small thin mouth of a man who never smiled and seldom needed to. He nodded, slowly, the way Stannis nodded. You are an honest man, Stark. I try to be, Your Grace. You will not be my hand. No, Your Grace. You will go home. Yes, Your Grace. You will leave me Renly. Renly is at the gate of the September. He is in the city. He has not declared. He has not raised banners. He has not crowned himself. He has been in the city for the 11 days I have been waiting for you. He has been a courtesy to me. I have not been a courtesy to him. He has taken it. He will be your brother again, if you are his brother. You and he, Your Grace, will need to find your own way to brotherhood. I will not pretend to make it for you. Tywin Lannister at Harrenhal has agreed to lay down his banners on his son's freedom, and to accept my judgment on the small council. That judgment is in 3 sealed letters in the Hand's chamber. I have not opened them. They are for you. He has agreed to retire to Casterly Rock at his son's wedding. He has agreed to the marriage of his son to a woman who is not his daughter, for the line of the rock. He has agreed not to move on this throne in any year of your reign. He has agreed to all this in writing. He has agreed because I have his daughter. His daughter. Your Grace. The Lady Cersei is at the September of the Stranger. She will be a septa. She will live. Her children will live. Her daughter will go to the faith. Her sons will go to the wall and to a fosterage. Lord Tywin will not move because if he moves, his daughter dies, and his daughter is the one piece in his hand he cannot replace. He has agreed. And Peter Baelish. Lord Baelish will be tried for the murder of Jon Arryn, Your Grace, in 3 days. The witnesses are at hand. The judges are at hand. He will be found guilty. He will be hanged at the gate of the September. The hanging will be quiet. I will not have a procession. The realm has had enough procession. And Varys. Lord Varys, Your Grace, has gone. Gone where? Gone, Your Grace. Out of the city. He left the night of the assault. He has not been seen since. He left a letter on my chair at the throne room 2 mornings ago. The letter said only that he wished us well. I do not believe him. I am letting him go. He is a man for the next age, not for ours. He will be heard from again, in another year, in another keep. I will be in the north when he is heard from. You will deal with him, Your Grace, when he is heard from, in the south. You have done a great deal of work, Lord Stark. Your Grace. Why? Because the realm needed it, Your Grace, and there was no one else. Stannis looked at him a long moment. Stannis was, in his own way, a man who could be moved, and there was a small slow thing that moved in him, and he set it down behind his eyes the way he set down most things. You will be the Warden of the North. Confirmed. Your Grace. Thank you. You will not come south again. No, Your Grace. I will not. I will write. You will write. I will write often. I will not come south. Good. Stannis nodded. I do not like men who come south. He walked past Ned. He went into the throne room. He looked at the Iron Throne a long while. He did not climb it. He walked around it, slowly, twice. He laid his hand on the arm of it. He came back down the dais. It is uncomfortable, he said, to Davos. your grace. I will sit in it. I, your grace. For 30 years. I, your grace. It will be a hard reign. A just one. A hard one. I, your grace. Stark. Ned turned. I, your grace. Go home. I will go home. Take your son. I will. Take your wife back, her husband. I am told she has been holding a keep by herself. She has. And tell her, I, your grace. Stannis stopped. He looked, for a very small moment, as if he might say a thing that was not Stannis. He did not say it. He said something else. Tell her the realm is grateful. I, your grace. Now go home. Ned went home. The road north was a long road, and the column was a long column, and the smaller it became as the lords peeled off into their own keeps, the more Ned felt it as the long slow exhalation of a thing he had been holding for a year and a half. He sent the Great John home from the Trident, with 3,000 of the last Hearth column, and the Great John embraced him on the riverbank with both arms and said, Stark, I will be at your hall before the first snow of next winter, with my best ale and my worst son, and we will drink them both. I, Great John. Mind that bridge. I will mind it. And mind the reach. They are slow. They will be at our courts in time. There is a smith at last Hearth who is going to need work, and his work is the kind of work that needs reach steel. I will see to it. Stark. I. You did not lie to me. In the muster. You did not lie to me about how it would go. I told you what I knew. I. That was not nothing. Many men in our line have told us what they did not know. You told me what you knew. I will not forget it. Great John. I. Thank you. You will not thank me. We are northern. Now go home, Stark. I am tired of looking at your face. It is too thin. He went home. The host became a column, and the column became a riding, and by the time the riding came up the King's Road to the south gate of Winterfell it was 300 horse, and the rest had peeled off, and Ned Stark and Robb Stark and Ser Roderick and Maester Luwin and the castles and a small picked guard of 40 came up the long road in the cold spring sun and saw, on the south wall of Winterfell, the direwolf banner snapping in the wind. The gate opened. The Stark host that had not gone south was there. Catelyn was at the head of it, in her grey winter wool with the silver clasp at her shoulder, and Sansa was at her left and Arya at her right and Bran on his cart in front and Rickon clutching at Bran's wrist with the small fierce fist of a 6-year-old, and Theon at the gate post with his bow across his back and a small unsteady smile, and Maester Luwin's young apprentice had brought up the courtyard guard and the household and the kennels, and the great old kennel hounds had come out, and the whole keep had come out into the inner ward to see its lord come home. Ned came down off his horse. He did not go first to his wife. He went first to his son in the cart. He took his son's small thin hand and laid his face against his son's brow and said, I have come back, Bran. I told you I would. I, father. You have grown. In the wolf, father. I. Father, I. Father, the trees say welcome. Ned closed his eyes a moment. He opened them. He kissed his son. He went to Rickon. He picked the boy up. He held him. The boy was almost too big to be held. He held him anyway. He set him down. He went to Arya. She was 11 now. She was tall. She had her hair tied back with a piece of leather. She was wearing a sword, a real one. Mikken had made it for her in the second moon of his absence, on Catelyn's order, with a blade as thin as a needle and a hilt as plain as a shovel, and she stood very straight, and she had been told by Syrio that morning that she was not to weep at the gate, and she was not weeping at the gate, but the work was in her face. Father. Daughter. You are late. By how much? 3 weeks. Mother was beginning to be mother. I know. She did not laugh. She did not weep. She came against him in the hard small way an 11-year-old came against a father, and she held on a long moment, and after a long moment she stepped back and shook out her cloak and gave him a small grave nod. I have a sword now. I see. Will you spar with me? Tomorrow. After bath. After dinner. After sleep. Tomorrow. I will hold you to it. You will. He went to Sansa. She was 15 now. She was almost her mother's height. She had her mother's face. She had her father's eyes when she chose to look at him with them, and she chose to look at him with them now, and she did not weep either, but she came forward and took his hand and brought it to her cheek and held it there. My lord father. My daughter. You have come home. I have. I am very glad. Father, She took a breath. She had been preparing this sentence for 2 days and she had not yet found the right shape for it, but the gate was the gate and she would say it now or she would never say it. Father, I have been speaking with Theon. Daughter. I am told. Your mother has written me. Twice. And I am glad of it. He is a good man. He is becoming a better one. He has held this gate for me for 14 moons. He has my favor. He has my goodwill. He does not yet have my permission, that is a thing for the long table tonight, not the gate, but he has my goodwill. Are you happy, daughter? I am, father. Then I am happy. Father, Father, I would not have you arrange anything before I have asked. I would ask, in the manner my mother asked of you. Slowly. I am 15. I will be 16 at the harvest. There is no hurry. There is no hurry, my daughter. Then we are well. We are well. He kissed her on the brow. He went, at last, to his wife. She was standing very still. She had not moved through any of it. She had been holding her hands in front of her, one over the other, the way a Tully woman held them at a Riverrun wedding. She was crying, in the small precise way Catelyn Stark cried, with her face composed and her shoulders steady and the tears running anyway, because she had been holding them for 14 moons and they would come now whether she gave them permission or did not. My lord husband. My lady wife. He took her in his arms. He held her a long moment. He did not let go. Around them, in the inner ward of Winterfell, the household made the quiet sounds of households, and the children gave the parents their privacy, and the kennel hounds made the small soft sounds of dogs who knew their master had come home and did not yet know they were allowed to bay, and after a long moment Ned set his face against his wife's hair and said, very quietly, only to her, I am home, Cat. I am home. My lord husband. You are. I will not go again. Not for any king. Not for any cause. Cat, hush. Hush. Inside. Bath. Food. Bed. Then we will speak. Inside. Inside, my lord. Come. The hall is warm. The bath is warm. Maester Luwin has sent old Nan for the soup. Inside. Come. He went inside. The summer that followed was a long summer. The maesters at the citadel said so, in the small dry letters they sent each fall to every keep, and the men in the field said so in the warm sound of their voices in the kitchen at supper, and the children of Winterfell said so with their bare feet on the warm stones of the inner ward at noon. The harvests were good. The granaries filled. The keels at White Harbor had become 12, and the 12 had become 20, and the long iron coast of the north had at last a fleet of its own that could meet a Greyjoy raid at sea and turn it. Lord Balon Greyjoy, in the year after the war, made what overtures he could to Stannis the king, and Stannis the king received them as Stannis received anything, with a slow careful reading and the expectation of small print, and a treaty was signed, and Balon Greyjoy began the slow work of teaching his people to fish for fish instead of for ships. He was not loved at it. He persisted at it, because his sons and his daughters had been told by their father's own mouth that the next time the Iron Islands rose against Winterfell, the Iron Islands would not return. Asha Greyjoy came to Winterfell in the second summer. She came with her father's permission and her father's bewilderment. She came as the captain of her own keel, with 60 of her own crew, with a chest of Iron Islander silver as a wedding gift for a boy she had not seen in 15 years, and she came up the long road into the inner ward of Winterfell on a bright afternoon and saw at the head of the stair her brother in a Stark cloak with a Stark dire wolf at his belt and a Stark ward on his face, and she stopped on the stair and laughed. "Brother! Sister! What have they done to you?" "Made me, sister. Made me. Come inside. You will give me wine. I will. You will give me bread. I will. You will give me the room I had as a girl. You did not have a room here as a girl. Then you will give me one. I will." She came inside. She stayed a moon. She left, in the end, with a chest of Stark silver as her father's wedding gift back to him for the keep that had not been hers, and with the small grudging respect of a sister for a brother who had grown into the thing she had not believed he could grow into, and she went home. Theon Greyjoy did not go with her. Theon Greyjoy was not Theon Greyjoy in the books of his father any longer. He was Theon Stark in the books of his own household, which is to say in the small careful list Maester Luwin kept of every soul under Eddard Stark's roof, and he was, in the 3rd summer of the long summer, married in the God's Wood of Winterfell on a clear afternoon, with his hand in the hand of a tall red-haired girl whose mother stood at the gate of the God's Wood with both her own hands at her own throat and her face composed and her eyes filled. Sansa Stark and Theon Stark were married under the heart tree of Winterfell on the 1st day of the 3rd moon of the 3rd summer. The Septon was not present. The Septa was present. The vows were the old vows. Catelyn Tully had asked for the new ones and had withdrawn the asking. Ned Stark had asked for the old ones and had not had to ask twice. Sansa wore a grey gown with the dire wolf at the breast in white wool and a circlet of weirwood leaves around her hair, and Theon wore the cloak Ned had given him at the gate when Ned had ridden home, and the wedding was small, and the wedding was warm, and the bedding was the old northern bedding, which is to say it was not done in front of the hall, because the Lord of Winterfell was a man who did not believe in carrying a daughter to her bedchamber in front of an audience and had told the lords of his house so before they had had a chance to sing about it. In the morning, the bride and groom came down the stair together and broke their fast in the hall in the way of any married couple after their first night, and Theon could not look at his good father, and his good father did not require him to look, and his good mother put bread on his plate without speaking to him. And his new sister at the end of the table was making jokes that her mother had told her she could not make and that she was making anyway because she was Arya, and the hall ate, and the morning passed, and the summer went on. In the practice yard at the same hour, Arya Stark was at her 6th year of training. She was 13. She was tall. She was thin. She had her hair cut short, the way Syrio had told her, in the 3rd year of his teaching, that she could cut it if she wished, because long hair was a thing that an enemy could grasp and a friend could pull at and a swordsman did not need either. She had cut it the next morning. She had been the first girl in the north to wear it short. By the end of the summer, 3 of the Mormont girls had cut theirs. She wore breeches and a tunic of grey wool. She wore a sword at her left hip, the slim Micken sword called Needle, and she wore at her right hip a small dirk in a worn leather sheath. She wore boots that fit her. She wore a small black silk band at her wrist, the band Syrio had given her at the end of her 3rd year of training, when he had told her she was no longer a small one but a small dancer. Syrio Farrell was 62 now and looked 75, and walked with a stick because the cold of a winter long past had got into a knee that had once carried a sea lord across a courtyard, and he sat on a bench at the edge of the practice yard with his stick across his knees and his small dry brown smile on his face, and he watched her. She was sparring with the master of arms of Lord Serwyn's son, who was a young man of 19 with a long reach. He had been at the practice yard 4 days. He had thought, on the first day, that he would teach the Lord's daughter a small lesson about who was a real swordsman and who was not. He had stopped thinking that on the second day. He was now sparring her with the small careful seriousness a young man sparred a man he had decided he would not beat in this life, and Arya was sparring him with the small still patience of a woman who had been a stone in a river since she was 9. She struck. He guarded. She struck. He guarded. She did not move. She did not move. She did not move. She moved very fast. Yield. I. Yield, sire. I, my lady. Yield. Again. I, my lady. Again. They sparred again. She beat him again. They sparred a third time. She beat him a third time. On the 4th round he said, Lady Arya, I have been beaten. I yield the bout. I yield the day. I yield the week. Then drink water, Serwyn. Sit. We will speak. You have a good wrist. You do not yet trust it. Do not strike with the wrist. Let the wrist be a quiet thing. The arm is the thing. The arm is patient. The wrist is impatient. We do not love impatient things in this yard. Sit. He sat. Syrio at the bench laughed, low, the small dry brown laugh. Well done, child. Syrio, yes. Syrio, I am tired. Of fighting. No. Of beating these boys. There are no more boys. There are the Serwyns and the Mormonts and the Karstark and the Glover, and I have beaten all of them this summer, and they are tired and I am tired. Syrio. Will I always be at this practice yard? No, child. Where will I go? You will go where you wish. There is a sea. There are cities. There is a great hall in Bravos that I have told you of. There is the Sea Lord. There is the long thin alley behind the canal that smells of fish. You will go where you wish. You will go for 2 years. You will come home. Your father will let you go. Your mother will let you go because your father will. You are old enough now. Father will let me. He has told me he will. She looked at the old man on the bench. She did not weep. She set her sword in its scabbard. She came over to him. She sat on the bench beside him. She laid her head against his shoulder for the smallest of moments. He did not move. He was a small dry brown man at the end of a great life, and he had taught a girl, and the girl was almost a woman, and he had told her that she could go. He let her sit against his shoulder for the small moment she sat there. Then she lifted her head. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. She stood. Then I will go in the spring. I, child. In the spring. And you, Syrio. I will be in the God's wood, child, with your father, drinking the wine of his country and looking at the heart tree. I am old. I am tired. I will be at this castle until the end of my days. Your father has told me so. Your father is a man who tells small old foreign men they have a place. It is not a thing the South does. The North does. I am content. Go on. Drink water. The boy from Serwyn will have stopped trembling. Spar him again. She went. She drank water. She sparred him again. She beat him again. The afternoon went on. In the Lord's bedchamber, on the morning of the same day, Bran Stark was sitting in his wheeled chair at the window with Maester Luwin at his elbow and a great pile of parchments at his desk. He was 12 now. He had not walked since the fall. He would not walk again, and he had stopped weeping for it in the second summer. He had gone, in the early summers, far in the eyes of his wolf, and farther in the eyes of an owl that had taken to sitting on his windowsill every dawn, and farther still in the small half-glimpsed eyes of a man with 3 eyes who, in the deep nights, would meet him under a great white tree at the heart of a wood that was not in any map. He had been studying. He had been studying with Maester Luwin in the morning and with the 2 old crones from the Wolfswood in the afternoon and with the 3-eyed man in the night, and he had become, in his second summer, the first person at Winterfell to know that Lord Balon Greyjoy was about to write a letter to Stannis the King, and the second person at Winterfell to know that the Maester at Castle Black had taken sick. He had become useful. His father consulted him. His mother consulted him. He was, in his way, the Lord of Winterfell that his father did not have time to be. Today he was reading a letter from his brother Jon at the wall. "Father is at the door, Bran," said Maester Luwin. "Aye." The door opened. Ned Stark came in. He had grey at the temples now in a way that he had not had 2 years earlier, and he was thinner in the face, and his shoulders were not as easy as they had been. He came to the window. He laid his hand on Bran's shoulder. "Son. Father. Jon writes. Read it to me." Bran read it. Jon was, by Jon's own account, well. He had been made the steward of Lord Commander Mormont in the first year, and had been made captain of his own ranging in the second, and had given his oath to a Lord Commander he loved, and had been given a sword by the Lord Commander on the Lord Commander's deathbed. The sword's name was Longclaw. The Lord Commander had died in the autumn of the 3rd year. The Watch had elected Jon Snow Lord Commander in his place, by the slim margin of a single vote, and Jon Snow had not taken it lightly. He wrote about the wall, and about the wildlings, and about the work, and about a boy he had taken under his hand whose name was Sam, and at the end of the letter he wrote, in the small careful hand of a man who had been writing to his father for 3 years and had not yet stopped feeling the letters were a gift, "Father, the wall has 30,000 men now. The supplies you have sent over the 3 years have made us a brotherhood again. We have our keeps manned. We have men on every leg of the wall. We have a boy at Eastwatch who is a Mormont and a boy at the Shadow Tower who is a Karstark and a boy at every keep between, and the watch is a watch again. I would have you know that you have done this. You have not done it alone. You have done it. I would have you know also that I am well. I am loved by my brothers. I am respected by them. I have the sword. I have the cloak. I have your name in my chest under a small clean shirt. I will not draw it out for any man. I will draw it out for myself when I miss you. I miss you, Father. I am glad you did not go south. I am glad I did not go south. I am at the wall. I am where I am meant to be. Your son, Jon." Ned Stark stood at the window a long moment. He did not speak. After a long moment he laid his hand on his son's hair. "Maester. I will write him back tonight. Bran will write him back tomorrow. I, my lord. I, Father. I love that boy. I, Father. He is a good Lord Commander. He is. He is the right Lord Commander. The wall is the right place for him. I, Father. Bran. I, Father. Will you ride with me to the God's Wood? I have not been there with you in 3 days. The summer is too short for that. I, Father." He took the handle of his son's chair and wheeled him, because the small clever wheels Maester Luwin and a Manderley carpenter had built into the chair would not yet roll well over the rough stones of the inner ward, and a father did not let his son bump in a chair through a courtyard if he could push it for him. They came down the long ramp Mikken had laid in the second summer for the chair, and they crossed the inner ward in the warm afternoon, and Catelyn came down from the keep and walked beside them, and Theon came up from the gatehouse with Sansa on his arm, and the 5, went together through the small gate of the God's Wood and along the path under the red leaves to the heart tree. The tree was the same. The face on it was the same. The carved saptears down the trunk were the same. The cold was less, in summer, but the cold was always there. Ned set Bran's chair under the lowest branch. He laid his hand on the trunk of the tree. Father. I, son. Father, the trees say it is well. I, son. They say the man with 3 eyes thanks you. For what, son? For sitting your sister's tomb every winter. Ned closed his eyes. He had been, for his sister's tomb, every winter, since he had been 20. He had lit a candle and sat with her. He had not told anyone. He had not had to. He opened his eyes. He is welcome, son. And, father, they say there is a thing coming. It is not for this year. It is for many years from now. It is far. It is far. But it is coming. What thing, son? A cold thing. A cold thing from the very far north. It will come when I am old. It will come when Jon is old. I have seen it. Ned looked down at his son. He laid his hand on the back of the boy's neck. What does the man with 3 eyes say to do? He says, Father, he says be ready. He says we must, he says the north must, he says the wall must, he says the realm must. He says you have started it. He says it is what we have been here for. My son. Father, Father, I am not afraid. Ned looked at his son. His son was 12 years old. His son was in a wheeled chair. His son had eyes that looked at the trees and saw something other than trees. His son was looking at him with a small clean grave look that a child should not have, and that this child had earned, and that had no fear in it at all. I am proud of you, Bran. Father. I am proud of you for many things. I am proud of you for not being afraid. I will be afraid for you, when I have to be. You will not have to. That is what fathers are for. Father. Cat. My lord. Sit with me a moment. She came. She sat on the long mossy log. He sat beside her. Sansa came and sat at her mother's other side. Theon stood, because Theon would always stand at a Stark family moment, even after 15 years of being family, because Theon had not yet untaught himself the standing. He stood. Bran in his chair under the heart tree closed his eyes and laid his hand on the cold bark, and after a long breath he opened his eyes again, and he was crying, and his mother and his father did not ask him why, because they knew. He had been somewhere else for the smallest of moments. He had come back. He had brought with him the small grief of leaving and the small grief of being asked to leave again, and the smaller grief of knowing that he would not be the boy who climbed the broken tower again, and the small slow happiness of knowing that he was loved, and the larger happiness of being at the heart tree of his father's keep with his father's hand on his hair. Father. Son. Father, the world is well. Son. Mother. My love. Mother, you are well. I am well, my love. Sansa. Theon. Bran, said Sansa. Theon could not speak. Theon laid his hand on the bark of the tree, the way a Stark would have done, the way he had not been raised to do, the way he had taught himself, and he stood at his good father's shoulder and did not speak. All of you, Bran said, all of you, today, are well. The trees say. Today, you are all well. Tomorrow, the trees will say tomorrow's word. Today, you are well. That is enough, my son, Ned said. That is enough. He sat in the God's Wood with his family until the sun moved a quarter turn across the sky. Catelyn took his hand. He took her hand. He kissed her hand. He kissed his son's brow. He kissed his daughter's hair. He laid his other hand on Theon's shoulder and squeezed it, briefly, and Theon looked at him with the look of a man who had been given something he had not expected to be given, and who could not, even now, find the words for it. Ned did not require words. After a while they went back inside. The hall was warm. The kitchens had baked. The kennels were quiet. The granary was full. The fleet at White Harbor was strong. The wall to the north was a long line of stones that, in the long letters Bran wrote his brother every fortnight, was being made strong by men in black who loved their Lord Commander. The south was Stannis's, hard and just, and Stannis wrote to Winterfell every moon and Winterfell wrote back, in two hands, the lords and the ladies. The Rivellins were Hoster's still, though Hoster was dying, and Edmure's after, and the Tully blood that ran in Catelyn's veins ran also in two of her sons and one of her daughters and would in time run in a small grandson she did not yet know about. The Reach was Mace's, with his mother at his elbow. The Vale was little Robert Arryn's, with Yohn Royce at his elbow. The Iron Islands were quieter than they had been since Aegon. Dorne was Dorne. Essos was Essos. That night Eddard Stark sat at the high table of his hall, with his wife at his right and his eldest son at his left and the rest of his children spread along the table, and he ate the supper his kitchen had made for him, and after supper he stood, and the hall stood, and he raised his cup, and he did not give a long speech because he was not a long speech man. "To my house," he said. "To the Starks," the hall answered. "To my friends." "To your friends," the hall answered. "To the north." "To the north." "And to my children, who are at this table." The hall did not know what to answer to this. The hall was silent. He did not require an answer. He drank. He sat. He laid his hand over his wife's. She laid her cheek against his shoulder. The hall went on. That night, late, very late, after the hall had gone to bed, after his wife had gone to bed, after his son had gone to bed and his daughters and his bastard son's White Wolf, who had come down from the wall in the second summer for a fortnight visit and had not gone back when his master had ridden home, after all of them had gone to bed, Ned Stark went out into the Godswood by himself. He stood under the heart tree. He laid his hand on the bark. He closed his eyes. "Lyanna," he said, very quietly. The tree did not answer. It was a tree. Trees do not answer. He stood a long while. "I am sorry," he said, after a time. "I am sorry I have not buried a flower for you these 3 years. I have been south. I have been busy. The boys you and I knew are old now. Robert is dead. John is dead. Howland is alive, and he sends you his greeting. I have a son named for our brother, and a son named for our father, and a son named for the way the world is small. My wife is well. She thanks you. She has not thanked you to your face. She thinks the heart tree will not hear a Tully. The heart tree hears Tullus. She is mine, and my children are mine, and the keep is mine, and the gate is mine, and the realm, well, the realm is Stannis's, and Stannis is at the Iron Throne, and the realm is in better hands than it was when Robert was on it, and we are at peace, and the granaries are full, and your nephew is the Lord Commander of the Wall, and I am sorry I have not buried a flower for you. I will bury one tomorrow. I will bury one every winter for the rest of my life. I have not forgotten you. I will not forget you. I am still your brother." He stood. The wind moved in the high red leaves above him. He bowed his head. "I," he said. "I, sister." He turned. He walked back across the Godswood to the small gate, and through the gate to the inner ward, and across the inner ward to the keep, and up the long stair to the Lord's bedchamber, where his wife was awake under the firs with a candle on the small table beside the bed and her own grey eyes on the door. "Husband. Wife. You went to the heart tree." "I did." "To Lyanna." "To Lyanna. Come to bed." "I." He came to bed. The candle was blown. The window shutter stood half open. Outside, in the high dark sky over Winterfell, an owl was crossing, and a small boy in a bed in the keep down the gallery saw it cross, and he closed his eyes inside the eyes of the owl and rode it for a long slow circle around the keep, and he saw the wall to the north and the keels at White Harbor and the long warm light of the kitchen window in the Godswood of his own house, and he came back, and he slept. In the morning, the long summer went on. In the god's wood, a single white flower had been laid at the foot of the heart tree before any of the household had risen, and no one in the keep had seen it laid, and no one in the keep had to. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, was at his breakfast in the great hall of his keep, with his wife at his right, his children and good son and good brother and granddaughter to come, and the long bench of his banner men and the long bench of his stewards and the long bench of his maesters and the long bench of his cooks, and the small dark man from the neck at his far left elbow, and a small dry brown swordsman from across the sea at his far right elbow, and the morning sun came down through the high windows of the great hall in the long warm pour of summer, and Eddard Stark broke bread, and ate it, and lived. Chapter 7 End.